and welcome to the October 1st, 2024 meeting of the Pender County Planning Board. I would like to call this this meeting to order. Sorry. I'm going to begin with a brief roll call. Mr. Jordan, I am here. Mr. Buchanan.
Present.
Mr. Bodwin.
Present.
Mr. Pitts.
Present.
Mr. Teachy.
Present.
Mr. Gruntfest.
Present.
Ms. Mosca is not here. All right. If you would, please stand and bow your heads for a brief invocation, and if you will remain standing, Mr. Pitts will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, we come before you this evening with humbled hearts and open minds, asking that you will give us the wisdom so that we may make the decisions that will be pleasing to the current and future residents of Pender County. Also, we would like to ask that you look out for those in the western part of our state that have been decimated by the recent hurricane. And we ask this in your holy name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Entertaining a motion to adopt the agenda, or do we need to amend the agenda?
I make that motion.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. I'm entertaining a motion to adopt the minutes from the September the 4th meeting of 2024 and the September 9th, 2024 meeting.
I make a motion to adopt the minutes from September 4 and September 9.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you. Mr. Thurman, are there any sign-ups for public comment this evening?
Yes, there is, Mr. Chair. Chairman Adam.
Thank you, Adam. Please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. May I have permission to speak to
Yes.
the public here tonight? Thank you. Hi. My name is Adam Moran. I'm the long-range planner for Pender County. Thank y'all for being here tonight. I'm so glad to see folks wanting to be involved in their community, what's going on around them. Y'all are here for one project or maybe two if you're really interested in all the projects going on. But there's things that will be impacting the future of the county and your neighborhood for years to come, not just the project y'all are here for tonight. So as the long-range planner, I'm heading up a project for the county and all the staff, and we have consultants as well that are involved in developing a new comprehensive land use plan for the county. Okay, so that plan will have guidance, we'll have policies and directions that will help guide the planning board and the county commissioners for the next 20, 25, 30 years in how the public and the county at large thinks that items like the ones y'all are here tonight to hear about, how these will be discussed and handled, and just kind of a general direction for things like rezonings. So if you ever wonder, like, well, how in the world, what policies are guiding the direction for making decisions about rezonings like the ones y'all are here tonight to hear about? Well, this is where it starts. This is the long-range vision, okay? And we are in a point where we're making a new plan, and we need y'all's help. And it's perfect timing for Rocky Point in particular because tomorrow night we're having a meeting that I'll be hosting along with staff to get feedback on that long-range plan, a new comprehensive land use plan. So if y'all were here last time, you probably got one of these flyers or something similar. You'll see on the back. We're hosting 10 meetings all over the county. This will be the 9th, tomorrow night. So we're almost done with the in-person meetings, and we need y'all to be there, especially if you in the Rocky Point area. The meeting tomorrow night, Wednesday, October 2nd, will be from 6 to 8 p.m. It hasn't been taking the entire 2 hours, so if you got to get home to get a evening snack, you should be plenty of time for that. But Heidi Trask High School cafeteria is where this meeting will be tomorrow night. And that's for y'all to come tell us, the planning department, what you would like to see in your community, what things need to be addressed, what you would like to see, what you would not like to see in your community. All of those things that help form the community, again, from a long-range perspective. That's the type of things we're looking at. So, do you want low-density residential? Do you want more commercial, more industrial, less industrial, more conservation land? Maybe you want different stormwater regulations, utilities, infrastructure. All those things are addressed in this plan. Okay, so we really, really want everyone to come out and talk to us about that. We'll have some poster boards up. You can talk to us. We'll have maps, stickers. You can give your input. It'll be like taking a survey, but in person. Okay, so that's tomorrow night. Well, let's say you don't want to come tomorrow night, you're not able to, or maybe there's some other folks you want to tell about this. There is an online survey version. It's the same questions as the in-person meeting that will be tomorrow night, but it's online. And if you know how to use QR codes, you can scan the code that's up on the TV right now, or you can go to pendercountync.gov/imagine. Again, I'm going to hand out these flyers for y'all, and you can take the survey. The survey is in English, and there is a survey in Spanish as well. So we're really trying to get as many folks as possible to take this survey. Tell us, or come ask questions. If you're not sure what it's all about, we can talk to you more about it tomorrow night. Hope to see y'all there. If you have any other ideas, on how to get the word out about that, we need everyone to tell, their friends, family, tell your enemies too, your church groups, PTA, co-workers. We need everyone to take this survey. So I'm going to hand these flyers out to y'all and hope to see y'all tomorrow night. Thank you so much for allowing me to talk about this thing.
Thank you. Are there others, Mr. Thurman?
No, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I kind of got a little ahead of myself earlier. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Pender County Planning Board meeting. We serve as an appointed board by the county commissioners to make recommendations and decisions concerning specific land use applications. We have 2 cases tonight on the agenda to be heard. Before we begin, it is important for everyone to understand some facts related to this meeting. There is an imposed time limitation for all public hearing comments, which is limited to 3 minutes individually or 5 minutes if you are representing a group. Applicants and or the representatives are excluded from any time limitation so that they may have adequate time to present their request. The county attorney will keep time for each comment. Comments should be limited to those issues concerning whether the rezone, text amendment, or master plan application should be recommended favorably or unfavorably. Cases that are heard by this board are guided through the adopted comprehensive plan and the Unified Development Ordinance. The purpose of the hearing is to gather information so that we can make a decision that is fair to the applicant, neighbors, and community, and respects the procedures and standards established in the Unified Development Ordinance and the statutes of North Carolina. Certain mutually agreed upon conditions may be imposed on master development plans and conditional rezonings to offset or mitigate any potential impacts a specific proposed use may have. Before we get started, are there any board members who stand to directly benefit financially from any decision that is made here tonight?
No.
All right, we will continue. Thank you. All right. Mr. Adams?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the board, good evening. The first case on the agenda this evening is a conditional rezoning application. Mr. Farnell Shingleton is the applicant, and he has submitted this application on behalf of Farnell Holdings LLC. The request is to rezone 1.5 acres of a piece of property that's just over 9 acres to allow for enclosed boat storage. And this property is in Hampstead, as I'll show you on the maps here in a few moments. So as you can see on the vicinity map, the subject property, the 9.2 acres, is outlined in red. And then the 1.5 acres that's before you tonight requesting to be rezoned is in the blue striped area. So the vicinity map is designed to orient the board with where the location of this property is. So it's across from the White Bridge development and just north of Christian Chapel Road on the west side of Highway 17 in Hampstead. As you can see on the zoning map, the property is currently zoned PD. To the north, there's property zone GB on either side of Highway 17 along with IT, which is industrial transitional. And then further south, there's also property zoned IT and GB, and then also residential performance. On the opposite side of Highway 17, it's new development, Scotts Hill Townhomes, as well as the White Bridge development further off Highway 17. This aerial map is a little bit dated. I have some photos that I'll show you in a couple more slides. But the point of this is to demonstrate that the portion of the site in question is currently undeveloped. It is a vacant parcel as of right now, or the portion of the parcel is vacant. The applicant site plan is shown on the screen and also included in the board's packet. So what's being proposed is a enclosed boat storage facility that will have approximately 23 spaces for folks to park their boats and trailers. The site will be accessed off of Highway 17 with buffers on the Highway 17 side as well as the east and west property lines. There is no buffer proposed in the rear because there's a cell tower to the rear of this site, and this site will be used to access that cell tower. The parking lot for this site is proposed to be dustless gravel, and there will be no office or bathroom facilities on site. There will be an area for folks to hose down their boats. The applicant shared a photo with me of a facility that they had in mind. I believe they have a presentation that they're going to go through this evening that might have another rendering. So this is not an exact replica of what is being proposed, but it is an example of an enclosed boat storage facility. And to give you some photos of the site and orient you with these photos, in this photo my back is to Highway 17 facing the site. You can see it's an undeveloped site. You can see the cell tower in the background along with Hampstead mulch and stone. And then two photos facing north on the left, then facing south on the right. So there's only one proposed use as part of this conditional zoning district, that's enclosed boat storage, as I mentioned. The dimensional standards are consistent with the general business zoning district, aside from the height. The proposed height is 25 feet, where in GB it is 40 feet is the maximum height. As you can see on the chart on the screen, the annual average daily traffic count for this portion of US Highway 17 is 44,000 vehicles per day. The planned capacity for Highway 17 is 37,232 vehicles per day, so this road is over capacity. The proposed use is not an intense traffic generator. In fact, the applicant's engineer estimated that each parking space would generate about 1 trip per day, so we're estimating 23 trips per day as a result of this use. Part of the applicant's site plan, and as shown further in this PowerPoint as a condition of approval, is a bicycle and pedestrian facility that runs adjacent to the US Highway 17 right-of-way. So the applicant has included in their site plan a proposed 15-foot wide easement adjacent to the Highway 17 right-of-way to be reserved for public access for a future bike or pedestrian facility. The Pender County Board of Commissioners last year adopted a bicycle and pedestrian plan which identified this stretch of Highway 17 as ideal for what is called a side path, or what may be more commonly referred to as a multi-use path. An example of those types of facilities are shown on the screen. Again, I touched on this briefly earlier, but the applicant is proposing an A buffer along Highway 17 and then a B buffer on either side of the proposed development, and then no buffer in the rear because that will be used to access the cell tower. And as you see, the descriptions of buffer A and buffer B, that what is being proposed by the applicant is consistent with what the UDO requires. So the future land use map designates this property as neighborhood mixed use, along with the majority of the property along Highway 17 in this area. And if I may read from the future land use plan, a description of the neighborhood mixed use, future land use category. It reads as follows. Neighborhood mixed use allows for a transition between more intense commercial, office, and residential development to lower density residential neighborhoods. The neighborhood mixed use category is primarily dedicated to non-residential uses that provide services, entertainment, and amenities to residents within a 3-mile radius. Land use and development within this category is closely coordinated with existing and planned roadway transportation networks while encouraging bicycle and pedestrian access. This future land use category should be composed of a mixture of integrated commercial, office, institutional, and single-family residential uses. And so as you see on the screen, I've provided a chart from the future land use plan that shows what are desired uses in this future land use category and what are inappropriate uses. Desired uses include commercial, retail, and office uses that serve existing communities, with examples being restaurants, cafes, drugstores, healthcare facilities, professional offices, and retail-oriented uses, along with single-family dwellings. Inappropriate uses, as you'll note on the bottom, include storage facilities. So staff's recommendation for this project is denial. It's inconsistent with the neighborhood mixed use future land use category, and and it's inconsistent with 3 policies and 1 recommended action in the comprehensive land use plan. Those policies actually note that storage facilities are inappropriate in the neighborhood mixed use future land use category, as well as along this area on Highway 17. If the board were to recommend approval of this proposal, staff is recommending the following 6 conditions of approval, which have been shared with the applicant and they've agreed with. That concludes staff's presentation of this proposal. The applicant does have a representative here this evening with a slide deck prepared for the board. I'm happy to answer any questions should you have them, or I can turn it over to Ms. Susan Keelan, the applicant's representative.
Thank you.
Get my tech education here. So good evening, gentlemen, members of this commission board. As Daniel said, I'm Susan Keelan, and I'm an attorney representing the applicant Farnell Holdings, LLC, which is owned by Mr. Farnell Shingleton. I will note just sort of right off the bat that Mr. Shingleton is one of a long line of Shingletons who have owned this particular piece of property for at least 150 years. So he has a vested interest in this property. He's certainly not an outsider coming in to do a quick development. Also with me tonight, in addition to Mr. Shingleton, is Mr. Branch Smith, who is a professional engineer with Dogwood Land Planning. As Daniel indicated, there is no specific image or rendering for what this facility will look like, but this is another illustrative image of what it could look like. And as far as the color is concerned, that would be something that the applicant is open to consideration for a condition of this approval. It will be vinyl clad, and the vinyl comes in probably any color you could think of. So if it's preferable for it to sort of blend into the background as maybe a dark green, a dark brown, a tan, whatever it may be that is the county's preference, the applicant is certainly fine with that. So as Daniel said, and I told him when I started working with him on this particular application, and I truly mean this, I don't do a lot in Pender County. I do most of my work in New Hanover County. Pender County has an incredible planning staff. I will just say that. Daniel's been at the head of it, my contact person, but it's just very thorough, very professional, and I just thought that you all should know that other people think your staff does a great job. So having said that, my job tonight, though, is to convince you that he is wrong. And my job is to convince you that the reasonable thing to do is to vote to recommend this conditional district zoning to the commissioners, who of course have the final say. And I hope to be able to do that by pointing out several goals, policies, and recommended actions of the current land use plan that this proposal advances. And then also by drawing a distinction between mini warehouses and self-storage facilities that you think of when you hear the word storage facilities, and what this is, which is an enclosed boat and trailer storage facility. So the next several slides are going to kind of go through how does this proposal further the goals of the Pender 2.0 Comprehensive Land Use Plan. And there really are many. First and foremost, it fills an existing need of the community. There are many homeowners associations, as you all probably can personally attest, that will not allow boats and trailers to be kept in driveways and yards of the homes. And so people with boats and trailers have a hard time finding a safe and secure place to store their boats and trailers. And this would fill that existing need. Another goal of the land use plan is when there is a conditional zoning, district zoning, you want there to be a high level of certainty of construction. And this certainly fills that bill, because if it's approved, the building will most certainly be constructed. As Mr. Adams indicated, there is a request for a 15-foot wide easement to support bicycle and pedestrian access, and approving this zoning, or at least recommending it at this stage, would be a step in the direction of making that easement come to fruition along Highway 17. You also saw with the more current photos that this site is basically treeless. I mean, there's nothing there, and so there would be addition of trees in the way of the three-sided buffer to a mostly treeless tract. The facility itself, the building, will be oriented for minimal frontage on Highway 17. I don't have you hopefully will recall that the 1.5 acres sits roughly perpendicular to Highway 17 rather than parallel with it. And the building itself would span about 36 feet wide. So the only frontage of the building on Highway 17 would be about 36 feet. Another point that is in furtherance of the goal of the comprehensive land use plan is it's important to know whether the community supports, objects, has input. Of course, there was a public input meeting, and no one appeared, and To the best of my knowledge, no one has reached out to the applicant or to the staff to indicate an objection to this proposal. The proposed use also would have very limited traffic. As indicated, there's going to be a maximum of 23 bays there, limited noise, and limited to no light impacts. And certainly none on existing residential uses. It will be so far from any existing residential uses, I don't think there would be any direct impact at all. This property is not located in a special flood hazard area, and there are no areas of environmental concern on this particular piece of property. We talked about the traffic impact being insignificant, and also, as noted, the parking area will be a gravel stone, so the impervious surface also will be minimized because of that. The land use plan indicates a desire for a proposed use to be consistent with the capability of the land and to avoid risk to public health and welfare. And this proposal certainly does that. It's not an inherently dangerous project such as a mine or a dry cleaners or anything of that sort. It certainly fits within the land. In fact, it is surrounded currently by uses that fit with it, which is a landscaping business and a sales center for prefab buildings. I think it's also important to point out what you already know, but that is that the land use plan does recognize the need for flexibility in county land development regulations. It's not a one-size-fits-all, and certainly it's not possible for a land use plan to anticipate every single scenario. So flexibility is something that I would urge you all to consider. And then we get to some really important points, and this comes directly from what has already been discussed as the survey and the meetings for public input for the next version of the comprehensive land use plan, which will come down the pike in, I don't know, in a couple of years, I suppose. When the last LUP was done and surveys were sent out and meetings were held and whatnot, it was overwhelmingly indicated that your residents want to support recreation opportunities. Also, the support of small businesses that serve the needs of the residents is something else that is requested. I'm going to pivot now to something that it's a little challenging to talk about, but I'm going to try to make it make sense. I imagine you're aware of the North American Industry Classification System, this NAICS. And that is a classification system that makes an effort to give a code number to as many land uses as possible. But it's certainly not feasible or fathomable to come up with a specific code for every single one. So inevitably, there are going to be some uses that kind of get lumped into another category. So this code, 531130, which is used to indicate the staff's proposed denial of this request because it's a storage unit, this is what the NAICS says about that. It says this industry comprises establishments primarily engaged in renting or leasing space for self-storage. These establishments provide secure space, i.e. rooms, compartments, lockers, containers, or outdoor space where clients can store and retrieve their goods. That's not really what we're talking about here. There is no NAICS code for enclosed boat storage. So again, this boat storage kind of got confusingly lumped in with mini warehouses and self-storage, and it's not the same thing. I think most people, maybe not all, would believe that mini warehouses and self-storage units are at a saturation point. They're at every possible place where there's an empty plot of land, somebody seems to want to put up a self-storage building, and they don't have the greatest image. By contrast, these enclosed boat storage facilities, they are in demand. There is a need for them, and in fact, the need for them is an indication that you've got a prospering, water-oriented community. And that speaks well of the county to anybody who would be evaluating it. again, on the survey that was done the last time around, there was a question that said, rate this not important at all, don't care. The two highest ratings were important or most important. 92% of the respondents want to avoid development in sensitive environmental areas. This accomplishes that. This is not a sensitive environmental area. 86% said it was important or most important to limit development to areas without drainage issues. This satisfies that. 80% wanted to enhance recreation facilities, and while I grant you that this is not in and of itself a recreation facility, it's certainly an accessory to that purpose. And then 73% wanted to limit commercial strip development. This is not that. The top priorities, I didn't list them all, but I was just trying to make a point here that recreation opportunities and water access ranked tied third as the top score getter for what is important to residents. So in summary, covered boat storage in this location is in the public interest. It fills an existing need. It has minimal impacts on traffic and drainage. It is not in an environmentally sensitive area. It is compatible with surrounding uses. It's definitely consistent with the priorities of the public as outlined in the CLUP. There was no opposition or objection at any public input meeting or otherwise. As I've indicated, it's not the same as a mini storage or self-storage facility, and it will have minimal frontage on Highway 17. When you go to vote on your recommendation, you will have an obligation, if you're going to vote to approve it, to say why it's reasonable to do so. So I wanted to spell out for you the specific policies that this proposal supports. Policy 5.1A says that the county may use conditional zoning as a tool for new development. That's what this would be doing. 5.1B meets an existing development need of the community. It does that. Policy 5.1E encourages limited traffic, noise, and light impacts, and minimal to no impacts on existing residential uses. It does all of that. Policy 5.1H, limited impacts to adjacent property owners and limited impact on traffic congestion, does that. Recommended action 5.1H4, the owner certainly agrees to a condition of an easement for bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure. Policy 5.1K supports a business that provides needed services without significant impacts on traffic and minimal road frontage for the building. As Daniel indicated, and as you know, it is in line with statute to request for the owner's consent any conditions that you think are appropriate and reasonable to go along with this proposal. At this point, all of the conditions that have been recommended by staff are certainly acceptable to the owner. He's certainly amenable to increased screening and buffering, and as indicated, the color of the building can be whatever is requested by the county. And I haven't heard of any other specific conditions that might be requested, but if there are any, I think the owner is interested in hearing what those may be and is willing to consider those. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. And Mr. Shingleton and Mr. Smith are also here if you have questions for the owner and or questions for the engineer. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
You said 36 foot wide. Do you have a length on that building?
Do you know the length of? About 230 feet.
And this is 1.5 acres, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you have that slide where you showed where that saying it was not this comparing a boat storage facility?
The NAICS code?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. This is the definition that I just clipped and pasted onto here as to what this particular code number, how it defines this code.
Okay, but to me, a boat storage facility that you're describing, it looks to me like it's explaining exactly what's written there. You're renting it or leasing a space for self-storage. Whether it's, individual compartments or what, it's still, different individuals are coming there to retrieve their goods.
I'm not going to argue with you technically on how that definition can be perceived. I agree that it could be read that way. My perspective is that when the average person hears the word self-storage facility, they're not thinking of a enclosed boat facility. They're thinking of a place maybe where they're storing their grandma's furniture, or they're moving and they've got maybe there's a car in there. That's the kind of thing that we're seeing pop up all over the place. And they do create more traffic and a little bit more headache and so forth, because the coming and going is more frequent. Again, I'm not going to argue with you because I think you're correct. It can be read that way. I don't believe that the general population sees it the same way. That's my perspective.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any more questions for the applicant?
Is that cell tower on the applicant's property?
It is. It's not on the 1.5 acres,
No, understood.
but it's on the surrounding. Yes, it is.
How long has that been there?
Did you hear that? 20 years.
20 years, thank you.
Is there a reason that this front corner was chosen and not further back where it wouldn't be right on the road?
Yes. The depth or the length of the building, 230 feet or so, it wouldn't accommodate the turnaround for the access to the cell tower if it was any pushed back any further. But I think it already, the front buffer is how much, Daniel? Is it?
It would depend.
Or the setback, I didn't mean buffer.
25 feet.
25 feet. In addition to the, I guess the 15-foot easement, so that's about 40 feet off.
Does the Ploris sewer line run on that side of the road? Do you know?
I do not know if it does. It does. Oh, it does?
Okay. Do we know how far that's set back off of the actual pavement of the road?
It's within 15 feet.
Okay.
Are there any more questions for the applicant? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions for staff?
Are there conditions, whether it be the state or counties, that set what can be around a cell tower from a safety standpoint?
I believe the county has some conditions. I would have to look. I don't know about state regulations. So, for example, a new cell tower in the county has essentially like a fall radius.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
That's right, and probably at 20 years, we had 100% fall radius, I think. And we've allowed some modifications because there are, some towers are designed to collapse downward and not, falling like you chop down a tree, and they're, going that way. So if an engineer certifies that the design is such that it's supposed to, collapse on itself, we've allowed some more flexibility on that. And we do have some regulations, and they require a special use permit. So there would be certainly some potential for site-specific conditions. That's why I bring that up. But I don't know what they would, I was here, but I do not remember what they would have been.
Daniel, could we have your picture up on the screen again
Yes, sir.
of where the cell tower is relative to this property?
So you can see the cell tower in the background here.
So it's set the back right part of the existing property.
Yes, sir. It would be here, as shown on the site plan. And then,
Do you have that dimension for the setback?
I think it is on the site plan. I'm not able to, I think it was 36 feet.
51 feet? Okay, 50, so the building is 51 feet back from the property line for this property, okay.
Or is it the cell tower? That's 51 feet from property.
It's the property line
Property line.
of the cell tower.
51
at
from
the
the
top.
building to the property line.
Gotcha.
And the tower is somewhere in that upper box. I don't know exactly how far back. About in the center.
You can kind of see it here.
So you're talking about 25 feet from the building. So what, did they check out with the cell company who's leasing the land for the cell tower? Are they able to have a building that close to the tower?
It's more than 25 feet back.
Is it? Okay,
It's closer to 100.
okay.
Are there any more questions for staff?
Daniel, who would be in, it's being proposed as a boat storage facility, but what's to say that somebody's not gonna run a business out of one of those units?
That's a good question. The way that we would enforce that is through our code enforcement process. So if we received a complaint or we became aware that someone was running or operating a business out of one of those units, we would begin our enforcement process, essentially for a land use that's not permitted.
And
'Cause-
to the extent it's possible to include a condition that specifies the applicant's or owner's cooperation, he can certainly do that.
Because this conditional rezoning is specific just for boats and trailers.
That's correct, yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Okay.
Are there any,
And spelled out as storage, not maintenance or any other type of activity.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
are there any more questions for staff? All right, thank you, Daniel. Are there any signups?
The only sign-up we have is Branch Smith, who's part of the applicant's design team, but he is available for questions, as I believe Mr. Shingleton is, should you have it.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Adams, you had mentioned that a major portion of your denial recommendation was due to the future land use map, and specifically that in that future land use map, it, basically line items and says storage facilities are inappropriate for this area. When was the future land use map adopted by the county?
2018,
So 6 years ago.
yes, sir.
Now, that's a very specific, use being lined out. There was discussion at the time. Do you know, there's discussion at the time, do you remember being there about why that was inappropriate for that area?
I did not work for the county when that future land use plan was adopted, so it would be just speculation on my end.
Okay. But it was obviously it's very clear in there. It says no storage units in these areas.
Right.
If I may, Mr. Buchanan, I do recall the comp plan does talk about wanting to direct storage facilities to like more industrially oriented areas rather than general business.
Right.
I don't know, part of what we have to always consider is best use of a piece of land, and in considering where we are with housing development and also whether or not someone would want to safely live that close to a cell tower that's there legally, this seems like something that fits a fair use and does serve the county, adjacent to a landscaping business. So there's no neighbors to the north, certainly, that it's going to impact.
entertaining a motion.
I just had one other question. Maybe this is for staff. So, and I assume this came up during technical review committee. Was there, because it's boats and they're boats pulling in, you know, off of the highway, is there any kind of breakdown lane requirement?
It did not require a traffic impact analysis, but it will require a driveway permit from DOT since it's connecting to a DOT road. And so something like that would be reviewed as part of the driveway permitting process.
Okay.
What's the capacity again on that section of Highway 17?
I believe it's 37,000, well, let me tell you directly.
1.18% above capacity. I believe that's what it says.
For 7,000 cars a day over capacity.
A lot.
So we're 7,000 over capacity. We're talking about pulling trailers in and out of the property.
That's a good point.
So that's my concern, is the future land use map being that this is not appropriate for this area. This is obviously a corridor that's sensitive to the community, and that, you know, a driveway permit, you know, we rely a lot on NCDOT, but as I think we've been on here, we know they do the very minimum on that. So I'm a little concerned with trailers coming in and out of 17, one of the worst parts of 17 currently. So.
The volume, just to answer that question, the number of vehicles in this data is as of 2022 is 44,000 on this stretch of Highway 17, and the capacity is 37,232. That's vehicles per day.
Coming out, having traffic to turn around.
I'd be kind of concerned about them turning in.
I don't think, other than White Bridge, was there another access point being put in? As across 17 access point, or, I mean, being realistic, a boat pulls out, they go south, and they gotta turn around and go north.
Right. Do we, sorry.
I was gonna say, the question for the applicant, has it been considered to do some sort of transitional kind of breakdown lane to pull into the facility?
You know, at this point,
Could you come to the mic, please, ma'am?
I apologize.
Thank you.
The answer is not yet, because if the DOT were to recommend that as a requirement, it certainly would be at that time. But keep in mind that we're talking about 23 maximum boats and trailers, and so the likelihood of all 23 coming at the same time and creating any sort of a quagmire is highly unlikely. And the amount of time that, the number of times that people will be coming to their boats it's not gonna be every day. It's gonna be fairly infrequent in the scheme of things. So if it's a requirement, certainly, but at this point, it seemed a little premature to go that far.
Is the median project gonna impact this, or?
No, sir, the median project doesn't go this far south.
There's a line across the driveway, proposed driveway. Is that a gate?
Yes, sir.
How far is the gate off Highway 17 right away?
Mr. Smith might be able to answer that question. 100 and,
144 feet is how far the gate is from Highway 17.
Can we go to the site plan? I'm curious what this
What,
symbol is.
go left.
is it near the beginning, Daniel?
There you go. Back up.
See that black line across the driveway?
That's a culvert pipe.
Okay.
I don't think that's a line. Right.
I didn't know what
Culvert.
symbol that represented, so it's not referenced.
So basically, they're talking about 3 cars.
Oh, it says a driveway pipe,
Maybe only 2.
the black line.
Are there any more questions for the applicant? All right, thank you.
Can you go back to the recommendation?
entertaining a motion, either to approve, to deny, or to table it. Do we need more discussion?
Just a quick question. The facility will have locks or security at each, the individual, so there'll be no gate to the actual property for the owners that they'll have to open and close or wait for? It will be a gate?
It's
And it
further
is.
up.
The gate,
The gate
That's the gate at 140 feet?
144 feet.
Right.
right, the
Okay.
gate, that will be their access point.
Gotcha, okay.
Way off the highway
Off
when
the-
they will have to access, yes.
And was there, and I apologize, was there a dimension on that total mouth of the proposed driveway entrance?
It's
Off
100,
of 17,
Yes.
it's shown on the site plan as 144 feet from the right-of-way to the gate.
No, I understand that.
the
the
width of the,
width?
of the driveway,
Yes, that's actually on
25.
17.
I believe it's 25 feet. Oh, where it connects to 17, well, it's tapered, so I don't
Right.
know if Mr. Smith has that.
So where it flares out, like what's the turning radius? 30?
30. Did you hear that?
Say it again?
He said DOT may require 50 feet, we just don't know yet.
I mean, one concern I have is, and I'll throw this out to you guys, is I'm not completely opposed to it, but the gate with what I'm seeing as maybe 2 trucks with trailers, room pulling in. I just am concerned that it would get backed up somehow onto 17. Or someone would be half hanging out, or.
The traffic's.
I like it better without the gate, although I understand the need for the gate.
Yeah, the traffic's a major issue for me, but, yeah. So I don't know if you're gonna lean that way. I think there needs to be a lot more thought about egress and
Yeah.
ingress.
Yeah.
The other thing for me is I do believe that during that comprehensive plan process, there was a lot of public pushback on storage units on 17.
Yeah.
And that's where this has come from. And,
Yeah.
and because of the aesthetics of it, and people just didn't want storage units on 17. And so that's where I am with it. It's consistent with the policy. So I mean, I'm on denial, but
Okay.
letting you guys discuss this out, because obviously there's some interest.
I understand the storage component of it, but I really think that boat storage is severely needed. There's a waiting list in several locations for it. The 140-something feet off the highway, that's significantly more than one that's already existing in Hampstead. And if the building's only 30-something feet deep, that and a truck coupled to it aren't gonna be anywhere close to that length.
So you don't think that entrance back is gonna, you don't think that'll be
I
an
don't
issue?
think it's gonna slow anybody down a bit,
Okay.
and I pull the trailer about every day, so.
Yeah, boat and a trailer probably looking 60 feet. Imagine.
I mean, I'd love to see something there that generated, sales tax. But this is also needed.
Yep.
Yeah, and I mean, I do have to agree, it is unlike the other unsightly storage units that we have permitted and allowed to lock in our little stretch of 17.
Right, but you have to consider too, when were they put there? And this was implemented in 2018. This might be, Mr. Buchanan said, it could be some pushback.
Oh, understood. Well, ultimately, that's what we're here to recommend and not
Right,
decide.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I'm hung up on the fact that I would not feel comfortable living next to a cell tower, for one. there's a landscaping business right next door that has noise, dust, and a lot of different things on a regular basis that I would also not want to live right next door to.
I
So,
don't think that the future land use map says it has to be residential.
no, I understand that. I totally understand that.
It just, prohibits.
Sure.
On the
Storage
zoning map, it does show, IT on 2.5 sides of it, and the balance being general business.
Daniel, is that a gate with like a chain link fence attached that's going around the whole perimeter?
Of the cell tower?
Of the cell tower? or of
No,
the
no,
boat
of the boat
storage?
storage.
Chain link fence,
So all the way around?
yes. To clarify, it's black aluminum.
Black aluminum, okay.
Yes.
With the,
Would the applicant be agreeable to maybe doing some screening within the gate that's operable?
I'm sure the answer is probably yes, but could you clarify? Oh,
Just the slats that they generally put into the chain link fence, just so you can't see through it?
I see.
It looks a lot nicer.
Do you know what he's asking, and are you amenable to that?
Just the gate or the entire fence?
Anything that would face Highway 17 that,
and there will be trees and there's other buffers.
there will.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking the gate especially where that's gonna be visible
Sure,
from the
and
road.
the proposed pond is gonna take up a huge portion of what you see coming south.
All right.
We just need somebody to draft some verbiage.
Yep. Entertaining a motion? Motion to approve, motion to deny, or a motion to table?
I will make a motion, but I'm gonna give you guys some time if you wanna do something different.
Well, if we wanna ask for decorative slats, I mean, how would we create the language that we want to?
I think we could come up with that language here on the spot. We've had other projects that have required screening. So, seems like the applicant's agreeable to that, so we could say, slats that provide screening consistent with,
If it's black aluminum, then maybe black
black
slats.
slats, right,
Yeah.
consistent with the color of the fence.
What's
To
the height of the
provide-
fence that we're?
They need to be
6 feet.
maintained, so those things break.
Yeah. 6 feet is the height of the fence.
I'll make a motion to approve the conditional zoning map amendment to make a finding that while the proposal is inconsistent with the neighborhood mixed-use future land use category, it furthers the goals of Pender 2.0 comprehensive land use plan because it serves a purpose to the community. It does mitigate certain traffic uses. And if the applicant's willing to create decorative black screening, that would reduce anything that you could see from Route 17.
And maintain it,
Pardon?
and maintain it.
And maintain that.
And that would be in addition to the staff proposed conditions?
Yes, correct.
And do we need clarity on, and Daniel is more, maybe for you, but do we need clarity that it will only be used for storage, not repair, maintenance, and, of course,
Storage of boats and trailers only.
Right,
That's
yeah,
it.
and
Yep.
yeah, that and no other use, that would be the cleanest way, because
Yep.
then you don't go through, you don't let people live there, and you don't,
Right.
I mean,
Yep.
so the only authorized use is for boat and boat-related item, somebody's got
Boat-related
some
storage,
keys or fishing tackle or whatever.
storage, absolutely no maintenance, no engine repair, nothing that can be done off-site at a
Right.
proper
That's
facility.
what I thought I'd heard it say,
Yes.
but I just wanted to be sure we clarify it. Is that good enough, Daniel?
Yes, sir.
Your purposes?
Did you want to add anything about the color of the building? That
Can we
was,
leave that up to staff somehow?
Yeah.
Leave the color of the building up to staff, earth tones probably, but not bright orange.
Agreed.
Is that motion clean enough? We good?
I hate to give too much power to staff, but I don't anticipate Mr. Shingleton wanting a pink facility.
I feel comfortable that we could work together and be amenable to what you suggest.
Sounds good.
I'll
right.
second the motion.
thank you, Mr. Grunfest. Thank you, Mr. Pitts. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
All right, so we've got
3-3.
3 to 3.
3 to 3.
So it does not pass.
Where's Ms.
Does
Mosca?
not pass. All right. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Daniel, did you want to mention, like, it's still going to the county commissioners? Okay.
I don't think there are any sign-ups here, but
There were no sign.
Well, that was the other part of it. I mean, we could argue it's a disenfranchised side of 17.
And he didn't have
But
the
at
crowd
the same
like
time, I don't know how many renters are there versus
Oh.
landowners that live there.
Right.
Oh,
You asked us, the people that live in Lakeville, in the new community, if they'd rather have,
which is true and also, so that's why you don't have anything to do.
people. Now, they said 36. At most, it's actually gonna be 66, right? Or 72.
It's a lot of debate for it was a lot of debate for a no.
No, I knew what you were saying, but I'm thinking, you sometimes see people.
All right. Go ahead, Daniel.
yes, sir.
Thank you.
The second case on the agenda is a case, not that the board has heard before, but at the September 9th meeting, this case was on the agenda and the board heard public comment. So this is another conditional zoning map amendment application. This application is being submitted by Stroud Engineering on behalf of B Squared LLC, who is the owner of the property. And they're requesting approval of a conditional zoning map amendment to develop a wastewater treatment facility on a 10-acre parcel in Rocky Point. So again, the vicinity map is outlined, or is used to acquaint the board with the site or orient the board to the site. So the site's about a mile south of Ashton Road, and it's shown here in red. And it's west of US Highway 117 and Interstate 40. The property is zoned RA, rural agricultural, as is the majority of the property around it. As you go further away from the property, closer to Ashton Road, most of the property is zoned RP, or residential performance, as is the majority of the property on the east side of the former Seacoast rail line here. As you go further south, there's property zoned general business near the intersection of Highway 210 and Highway 117 and I-40. And then you see at the very bottom of the screen, O&I, that's Heidi Trask High School. As you can see on the aerial map, the site is undeveloped. The majority of the uses around the site are low-density residential along Ashton Road, and then low-density residential or medium-density residential west of US Highway 17. Immediately adjacent to the site is undeveloped land. Some photos of the site. This is standing on the access off of Ashton Road facing south towards the 10-acre site. You can see there's a gate on this gravel road. And then this site, or this photo is facing north, so just a 180-degree difference from the photo that you saw before, looking across Ashton Road. And then facing east, where Ashton Road meets the site access, and then facing west, facing west, where the site meets Ashton Road. So as you can see on the site plan, the site will be accessed by that 20-foot gravel drive. The facility is a 500,000 gallon per day wastewater treatment facility, which is, as the applicant has shown on the site plan, is proposed to be developed in phases. There is a buffer around the facility. This is a C buffer, which is the most dense buffer that the UDO requires. There is also a proposed office. It's about 1,440 square feet shown on the site plan, along with parking. So the UDO and the future land use plan talk about wastewater treatment facilities in the RA zoning district in the rural agricultural future land use category. And I want to read a couple of those statements from the UDO and the comprehensive land use plan. So specifically, the UDO, talking about the zoning district of the site, says the rural agricultural district is intended to accommodate non-residential agricultural uses in very low density residential development, as well as limited non-residential uses in rural areas adjacent to agricultural operations. Development in this district should rely predominantly on individual wells and septic tank systems for domestic water supply and sewage disposal. The future land use plan describes the rural agriculture future land use category as one that supports and protects Pender County's agricultural areas. These areas are an essential part of the county's economy and agricultural heritage. Within the rural agriculture future land use category, agricultural uses are highly encouraged. Preservation of prime farmland soils for continued prosperity of farming and forestry operations should be considered. Manufactured homes and very low density single-family detached dwellings are appropriate uses in this category. Commercial, civic, office, and institutional uses are permitted where compatible with existing neighborhoods and as a resource or employment opportunity for area residents. Expansion of centralized water and sewer systems within this future land use category are discouraged unless necessary to protect public health when existing systems fail. So the reason that I have provided a zoomed out version of the future land use map of Rocky Point is to orient the board with how the future land use map and the desired growth scenario of the county is shown in Rocky Point and where this property falls into that equation. So the subject property is highlighted in red towards the north of the photo there, or of the map. The majority of Rocky Point, of what we consider Rocky Point, is zoned medium density residential, which is, has a future land use classification of medium density residential, which is 3 to 6 dwelling units per acre. You can see there are commercial future land use categories at the intersections of the major highways. So where Highway 133 meets 117 is neighborhood mixed use. If you go further north on Highway 117, as it gets closer to Highway 210, you get light industrial, neighborhood mixed use, and then regional mixed use. And then further west, the board may recall a rezoning case for a miscellaneous store retailer at the intersection of Highway 210 and Little Kelly Road. So the point is to demonstrate here that a wastewater treatment facility would likely serve the surrounding area, as opposed to many of the land use hearings that come before this board. The impacts are not specific to adjacent properties, but the impact is broader. And when I say impact, I don't mean traffic impact. I mean the way that the property develops around it. Again, to summarize some of what I just stated from the comprehensive land use plan is this chart, and it describes what the desired uses in the rural agriculture future land use category are and what some inappropriate uses are. Desired uses are low density residential development. Inappropriate uses are attached single family dwellings, multifamily dwellings, most commercial development, and industrial development. So staff is recommending denial of the proposal. The proposal is inconsistent with the future land use map and the desired growth pattern of the area, as I mentioned earlier. It also conflicts with one objective, one goal, and 6 policies in the comprehensive land use plan that all relate to the expansion of centralized wastewater treatment or centralized sewer in the portions of the county that have the rural agricultural future land use designation. If the board were to recommend approval of the proposal, staff has prepared some conditions of approval and has discussed this with the applicant. There are 7 proposed conditions of approval. One relates to stormwater runoff, one relates to significant trees, one relates to lighting, and then the last 2 relate to the effluent and how the treatment of the sewage is handled. So that concludes staff's presentation. The owner of the property has a presentation, and I believe we will need to coordinate with IT on making sure that that is set up. So if you don't mind giving me one moment, I'm happy to answer any questions, but if you don't mind giving me one moment to check in with our IT department as well.
I have a question for
Yes,
you.
sir.
In your presentation, you mentioned the definition and description of rural agriculture. Where did that definition come from?
That comes from the future land use plan, Pender 2.0 comprehensive land use plan.
The land use plan. And you also referenced septic tanks in that. Is that also from the future land use plan?
Yes,
Or from
sir.
the
It's-
comprehensive plan?
Yes, sir. So the UDO and the comprehensive plan it's a bit confusing. So there's a zoning district as referenced in the UDO called rural agricultural, and then there's a future land use category that's referenced in the comp plan called rural agriculture. So what I read earlier was a statement from the UDO about the rural agricultural zoning district, which says developments in this district should rely predominantly on individual wells and septic tank systems for domestic water supply and sewage disposal. That's a description of the RA zoning district in the UDO. And then in the comp plan, it says expansion of centralized water and sewer systems within this future land use category are discouraged unless necessary to protect public health when existing systems fail.
Okay, so you have 2 documents. The UDO was drafted and adopted when?
2010.
2010. Okay. And we went over the future land use map was 2018.
2018, yes, sir.
Now, this property was recently rezoned. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. In the past few years, it was rezoned from RP, residential performance, to RA.
And what is the definition of RP when it comes to?
I don't have that pulled up. If you give me one moment, I'd be happy to get that for you. The residential performance district is intended to allow a variety of residential uses and densities, and also limited commercial activities as well as agritourism. Existing or new agricultural and farm uses shall be allowed on undeveloped land prior to development. It goes on to list 10 statements. The residential performance district shall meet the following general standards, and it goes on to talk about some of the general standards.
If the applicant, who I believe was the same applicant who recommended the downzoning from RP to RA, if they were to request a rezoning to RP, would staff be in favor of that?
That would be inconsistent with the future land use plan.
Okay. But they had a special, because they had were RP previously, they had a special use permit approved, and I'm not sure it's the exact same proposal, but they had a wastewater treatment plant approved through a special use permit process, which was a completely different process. But that was approved when?
2009.
And then, okay.
Yes, sir. So in 2009, Stroud Engineering was the applicant, but I believe there was a different entity that owned the property, did have a special use permit approved for a wastewater treatment facility on this site.
And when did that expire?
2011.
Are there any more
more questions for staff at this time?
Daniel, what is the county's, are they gonna make any sewer improvements? I know that there's a little bit of sewer in Rocky Point. Do they have any plans to increase that capacity at the county level?
Not necessarily that I'm aware of, but it's not that that's not the case. I just may not be involved in those conversations. My understanding of sewer availability in this area is that it's essentially reserved for commercial development along Highway 117.
That historically has been the case, is for commercial and for the schools. Because, excuse me, the issue we have is it goes under the river, and we got a pipe in there once, and, you know, the cost of doing that again would be very expensive, and, also, we've gotten the impression that, Cape Fear Public Utilities might like the capacity back, but, you know, we have it, but we have been approached, the county, now, that can change, you know, the Board of Commissioners could decide to do it, it's just that they were holding it, you know, for the anticipated commercial development, basically along 117, you know, therein. But that's not, you know, there's nothing bound, that's just been the policy of the board. And, you know, at some point, they may need another school, and having the ability to, you know, get it to a force main, you know, and do that has some advantages. We all know what the soils were like.
If sewer is accessible in the RA district, zoning district, does that change the lot dimensions of a new development versus RP?
In RA, it does not.
Okay.
So there's no lot size reduction in RA for having water and sewer availability. In RP, there is. So in RP, a lot can be reduced, minimum lot size can be reduced from 15,000 square feet to 12,000 square feet with the availability of water and sewer. And when I say reduced, I mean administratively or by right. Yes, sir.
Are there any more questions for staff? Thank you.
Yes, sir. Let me touch base with IT real quick and see if we can get the applicant's presentation pulled up.
Okay.
Well, I'm Vince Burgess, probably can answer some of your questions. I'll tell you really the genesis of this project was, in fact, I did reverse zone it because the intention was to keep it in agriculture in perpetuity. And then I commissioned a study of some folks. I'm a geologist by degree and somewhat by trade, and an industrial developer and an environmental remediation developer. Worked all over the world doing just this. Basically from Hawaii to Maine to Florida. So I hope folks will listen, because I want you to understand. And I'm glad the cameras are. Can you hear me now? I'm sorry.
Sir, you need to address yourself to the board, but do please speak into the
Yeah,
microphone.
I did say I'm Vince Burgess. Well, anyway, I'm the property owner. Nevertheless, this is and has been a bona fide farm for 50 years. Now, new legislation supported by Brent Jackson that is now law, and this legislation prior to that in the early 2000s, specifically exempts me from having to ask you for permission so long as the use of what we intend to do is greater agriculture than any other thing. So we could bring hog or turkey waste and do the same thing that we're proposing to do with this waste. But the engineer who was working with us was part of the team that said, what do we do to keep this from being an ultra-dense development, which despite what I hear, it's all around. 5,000 houses are proposed less than 4 miles from here with a treatment plant 6 times the size of what we're asking for. The problem with that is the basic runoff and geology of it. So we involved Jimmy Fentress with Stroud, Geosyntec, a group from Stanford, a group from NC State, a think tank of how do you make agricultural land sustainable, but also serve the community. And this is a soapbox issue for me because and again, I don't know you guys. I don't necessarily want to make friends with you or eat dinner with you. I don't know what kind of job you've done in the past. But at the end of the day, and this is not a criticism of you because it was your predecessors, and even this apparently, the previous attorney said you have a comprehensive land plan that's going to be available in 2 years. But you have a crisis in the water, and those are the facts, and they're indisputable. Go to Western North Carolina, go to Southport, you'll see it. But the health and human protection that the planning board and the commission should be doing, should be looking at this problem immediately, not in 2 years, not in 5 years, but now. But that's been failed. Now, I got to tell you, I got a pretty good butt whipping from some comments and some folks, and they said, and they brought up points that I did not consider but should have, if we're trying to do what we say we're trying to do. Because one of the issues is not only are they aware that wastewater can be a problem, but they're also aware of drinking water being an issue. So I'm going to ask you to be bold in this presentation, because I had some folks from Florida who I asked, when I found out from some of the residents of Ashton Road, how do we serve that community? So I bring this slide up to tell you one way or another we're going to do something similar to that. And again, you will see. It says it does not lending. What's that?
Sir, would you please address the?
But and that's okay. But
Mr. Burgess, please address the board.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you have signed up, you will get your time to speak. Please let the applicant address the board.
As long as he wouldn't like to threaten this community like he did on his first meeting last week.
It's no threat. It's a promise.
Sir.
I'll read it.
There you go, guys. That's what we're gonna run into this community. Someone who is not a part
Mr.
of it,
Burgess.
has no voice, and wants to impose their will.
Sir,
Yeah.
sir, we need to respect each other's right to speak. And
Yes.
if you sign up, you'll certainly get your chance.
Exactly, and
we will instruct the
please
applicant to be
address
quiet
the
while you
board.
speak.
Sorry.
All right, can we continue?
I will read so you know. Bona fide farming exempt from county zoning. County zoning regulations may not affect property used for bona fide fit farm purposes, which is our intent. So the intent here is to plant yellow poplar and sod and use effluent treated to a higher standard than most any in the county and create a carbon sequestration process. That can be done with or without zoning. I intend for it to be done. So how this project got started is I intend to move my children out there. I began to drill wells, and the well results were negative for drinking water to 280 feet. So we have a 280 feet well that costs in excess of $40,000 to install. The average well, and I'll move from this, just so you get an idea. That, again, was not well communicated, but that size plat is what this wastewater treatment plant with drinking water effluent would feed. You see there. That would be planted back in yellow poplar, and that would be planted back in sod with a whole big 2 houses, possibly 3 on it for that entire tract. That tract would be my children. And, you know, I don't really care what anybody else in the county does. My children are not going to drink water with fecal matter in it. They're not going to drink water with heavy metal in it. We're going to fix it because we can afford to and we're committed to, and we don't think anybody else who can't. Again, I think it's unserved portions along Ashton Road where people are stuck in those positions and they can't make those choices. So what we hope to do is try to help them by creating a agriculture in perpetuity problem that has a synergy with solving the problem we've got. So this is the part where we need to open our deck and address some of the issues. I can do it. They can't get it, that's fine. So one of the conditions that exempts you from having to address, well, does this match, does RPRA, is a matter of public health. We've done the testing. We've done sewer testing. We've done water testing over 1,000 acres, not a half-acre lot, not a quarter-acre lot, over 1,000 acres. We have the test results. The water there is contaminated. It has fecal matter. There's no source of fecal matter on that property. Those are documented results. Those are the facts, and they are undisputable. Now, as to individual wells, we haven't tested, but I brought, for anyone here who's interested, a study done by the United States Geological Survey, you'll see it referenced later, that's specific groundwater and the rural homeowner. You will see, this is us. So B Squared Farm, we're trying to make this a solution-based farm. The first section was 303 acres, which we reversed the zoning so density couldn't come around us. However, you will see this has been approved. That's 2,000 houses now, 5,000 proposed in a commercial center. 350 are here. Mannheim Auto Auction is here. And this bottom is 750 houses that have been approved. You will see, you can have maps and colors of zoning, but the water won't know the difference. So here's a sewer treatment plant, which would be private, another sewer treatment plant, which would be private, yet another, and this industrial water, which will be surface water runoff, that all it has is a pond. So the point is, it's there where the people choose to be. Now, from a legal standard, if this were not a farm, let's say, I'm not sure that we couldn't have it rezoned to address your question because it would be considered spot zoning. So we could cut it off in pieces the same as they've done here. Not interested in that because that's not our mission or goal. Our mission or goal is to create something that'll work over time and perhaps enjoin even the county so we can solve a problem that plagues mankind right now. So Rocky Point has a seasonal high water table that you can see, and we've measured it, is from 18 inches to 2 feet, 2 to 4 months out of the year due to surface water runoff, due to the fact this is Torhunta soils, which are relatively impermeable. These are the same levels that drinking water is drawn from, and you'll see later in the slides, that the septic tank effluents in that community now are drawing from. So if you clean your toilet with Clorox, if you use Comet, if you are a methamphetamine addict and you flush it down your toilet, it goes into the septic tank, out the effluent, and it mixes with the seasonal water and goes down into the aquifer that feeds most of these houses because most are shallow wells according to the county. So right here you will see this is exactly how it works. You got a septic tank, soil absorption, rain comes down. The only break in that impermeable layer is wells, and the water runs down it. Those wells are contaminated. If they're minus 280, those are the facts. They're undisputable. We have the test results to prove it. solving both issues. So what we want to do is reduce the carbon footprint by utilizing the farm for sod and poplar tree effluent. So that's how we would create a water issue. There's a twofold purpose there. A, we take the surface water, which is definitely a problem in that area, and B, by installing the water treatment plant and ensuring the effluent's treated, the new subdivisions will also be treating while reserving the water table that is around them and also avoiding any more density development. This is essentially how it works. Carbon sequestration takes it from there. All you hear with the global warming issue, which has now been blamed for the floods that we're getting this late, is because the release of carbon in the atmosphere, the trees, the grass, they sequester the carbon, they put it back, it cools, if you will, and it creates the currents that are mostly in North Africa and the South, create the convection currents that create hurricanes, etc. Whether that's true or not, we don't really know, but what we do know is we have immense amounts of CO2 in the air. Under carbon sequestration, you capture that back with the hope of sustaining it over time. Yellow poplar is a choice for that, and we'll discuss that in a bit. So we also use sod for sequestration. So basically you water it, you convert it. When you convert it, it locks in the carbon, and then over time, you hope it sustains itself and it's there, then trapped. So reason to have it. It protects the water table from unfiltered septic tanks. Those are the facts. They are indisputable. Membrane treatment plants remove nanoparticles from effluents such as methamphetamines and all the cleaners that folks use in their house. Treated effluent can be used for biological carbon sequestration, as we're going to do, through the use of sod and poplar farming. We didn't come up with this idea. It's already done. It's done in North Carolina. It's done in Edenton. So the process, this needs to be clear because, again, there's so much misinformation and pontification out there. There is no sludge pond process. This is a formal membrane treatment plant with nano treatment that the water is drinkable quality that comes out. And again, like everybody else, I'm not sure I'd take a glass of it, but the level of drinking water here, as I found, and again doing research, is higher than the drinking water in most of the wells in the area, if they're consistent with the test results we got. So high, I'll tell you in a minute. So again, reasons to use effluent on farms, obviously the wastewater treatment plant, doesn't matter where the generated wastewater does, the reuse for irrigation purposes, it solves it, it conditions the soil. Again, you return that soil. So we've also had soil testing done by the state. And the soil is actually poor quality because it hasn't been managed. So the micronutrients wash away, which is what happens out in the rest of the county. What happens, you need to maintain the soil at a low velocity, and you need to allow it to dry, and you need organic material to replenish itself to make the quality of soil that you need. Not happening on that farm, not happening in a lot of the areas. So that's kind of the idea of what we think it would look like, and that's the intent. So, next to all of that, very similar in density there, you'll see you have a big old field of grass. You'd also have poplar trees, which are often used because they grow quickly and absorb large volumes of water. Not only will they help with absorbing the effluent, but they'll manage the stormwater better than asphalt, better than concrete, better than surfaces that will not do it. Drinking water quality fluid is used for irrigation, and I stress again, and by all the standards, and the standards that Pender County already has similar plants, they say, from the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality, and Plura says it, and Aqua says it, the effluent coming out of this is drinking water standard. So when we started, that was our intent. That was our goal to get us there. We're going to stretch out a little bit past that and ask the county to do something else. Again, similar of what you would see. As you will see, sod itself, a 40-acre sod plot consumes 1,086,172 gallons per irrigation event. So if you just expose it and you use it for irrigation, you get rid of it and you control flooding, again, a problem that's been prevalent in that particular area due to the soil. The wastewater treatment plant is 10 acres. That doesn't include the 800 acres we own around it where we intend to utilize the effluent. As you will see, 830 acres The water treatment plant is there. We have it 1,000 yards away from anyone, any house, any affecting. I know oftentimes people talk about soil, they talk about smell. We put it 1,000 feet away, though we'll show you that seems to not be a problem in other areas of the county. The existing treatment plant in Rocky Point, which operates similar to this, not quite the standard, but close, is in a neighborhood called Avondale. That's here. It's 18 miles away. So the wastewater treatment plant in Avondale, this is the subdivision. This was approved. As you will see, high-density housing wrapped around them. The houses are actually wrapped around it. So,
Sir, you'll have your time to speak.
Hold on.
I think he's used
Can
his
we
3
just
minutes.
suspend this for a few minutes? Can we just do that?
Let's do that.
I'll make a motion for a 10-minute recess.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Excuse me, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen. Okay, do we need to make a motion to
Trey, do we need to make a motion? Does the board need to make a
Hey,
motion?
just gavel us back in. No, that's fine.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to let the applicant continue, and we ask that you please be civil, let the gentleman speak, and in due time, if you've signed up, you will have your 3 minutes to speak. All right, continue.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
No, sir.
I just wanna know where the paper to sign. Can I sign?
After the applicant has spoken, and
I didn't sign.
I understand, we're making a decision, as long as it's agreeable with the rest of the board, that after everyone else has spoken, then we'll ask if there's anyone that did not sign up that would like to speak. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Continue, Mr. Burgess.
Yes, so again, for impacts, all we could do was go to other places, and we've toured several of these, just to see what the impacts to the neighbors would be. Those were the results, and we tried to address any impacts that they would have negatively toward them. So, as we've shown before, this house is 118 feet from the closest house is to the septic plant. Never had an issue. That house has been for sale currently, didn't stay on the market very long, so the property values, so it was bought in 2018 for $221, listed for $315. I think the sale price is somewhere around $310. So it didn't have a negative effect on the property value. They report, you don't smell it. Our people visited it. Aqua says they support it, don't have complaints. Plurus has a similar plant. It's the same result net. And again, these are densities. We're not in densities. We're in the middle of an enormous tract of land that's intent is to mitigate some of those things, but also mitigate what enters the drinking water. So this is a study from the United States Geological Survey called Groundwater for the Rural Homeowner. This is those things when you get people who don't have a lot of experience in it and don't understand it, even me, to kind of see where the government that spends billions on testing groundwater comes down on the issues specifically that affect rural homeowners, specifically in this UDO that we have that says, and I think it's a condemnation, requiring rural homeowners to use wells and septic when in fact it's the larger density neighborhoods and industrial plants that create the problem. But they're all on water treatment plants, and they all have treated drinking water. So it's not inconsistent with what happens in a lot of communities. Democracy is all about serving the needs of the majority while remembering the needs of the minority. And some, as you see, will pontificate, but these are the facts. These people have asked for water from previous planning boards and previous commissions. They didn't get it. Some paid for it, and they didn't get it. And as a result, and when we drilled our well, there's contamination in that water. Now, what levels and where it happens, I can't tell you, but it's there. And what's not often understood is that water comes from the same place that rainwater does to get into aquifers. And there's 3,600 known water contaminants. And the average water test has 3 constituent components they're looking for, which leaves about 3,597 untested ones. You know, one of the untested ones until the last 3 years, PFAS. It's in the wells, it's in the river, it's where they draw water from, and all those people who worked for years, that my daddy worked at DuPont, my uncle worked at DuPont, they were poisoning the water, and DuPont denied it. And now Kimmers has bought it, and they can't deny it anymore. And it's the same thing that happens in rural wells to everyone here. And everyone here who has a well And everyone who asked for water didn't get it because the comprehensive plan doesn't address it. It addresses bike paths. It addresses things I believe that rural sides of the community don't have a lot of value in. These folks, as I do, drive four-wheelers and they hunt and they fish. So those bike paths are relatively unusable for them. But what they don't have is access to water, and they don't have access to sewer. And they don't have it because of the density that exists in their area versus the density that exists at Topsail Beach. You know, you follow the money, you'll know where it is. So if the truth is told, in the past, what's happened is there were never enough to put the infrastructure in to make the economic model work. And that was a problem, and we had a meeting that we invited these folks to, and I had not addressed. And again, this is just a first step in a big process, we hope, to see how do we serve those folks? How do we get them what they need? And why this site, it occurred, well, it wasn't from me, but it was from a guy who's a PhD in planning this way. It occurred to them that if we put it here on Ashton Road, and we run it to Topsail, and we run it wherever else clean drinking water is needed but not served, or even the county itself, as you probably know, H2O to go already has reverse osmosis. CFPUA has finished their reverse osmosis. Pender County needs one. They need to address the water problem. It's an immediate need. It's a now need. So, and the reason is how we get water in the rural areas. So to follow through with what I'm telling you, if we did what we've planned here as phase one, but we also got a reverse osmosis plant, and strangely enough, you heard it was drinking water. They all drink it. You know, I'm like a lot of these folks. I grew up here. Family's been here since the 1750s. We typically don't want to drink water that we associate with human waste. But the water actually coming out of this plant is cleaner than the well water we have. So if you attach the reverse osmosis plant right there, right now, as soon as we could, and we ran piping throughout the county, and we ran by all these rural houses who, quote unquote, don't create an economic model to bring services to them, then we've solved two issues. We've served the mass who pay the most bills, but we've taken care of the minorities who are always overlooked when it comes to comprehensive planning, which has happened again here, right? So we get the 5,000 houses in that neighborhood. We get the 750 houses. We get Manheim. We have the school. We have all of those needs. I don't know if most people are aware, but Pender County pays Cape Fear Public Utility Authority $300,000 a year for sewer capacity that they don't use. So we write a check, we give it to CFPUA, and we don't even use the capacity. You take that away, we could do a lot of pipe running that, quote unquote, might make better sense. So geographically, we thought, well, that kind of connotes with our plan. If we put the treatment here and we run the pipe over here, then these people over here will pay the lion's share of the cost, but these people over here will get the exact same service without micro modeling the economics of it to make it work. So on to this, the driven wells are what most of these folks have. The drilled wells here is a little more comprehensive. Those are 1,000-foot wells. So some of your quality of water issues that you may not see now, but you will see because they have punched holes. I personally have a project at Carolina Beach that will not go right now because we have to put in a community well, which is about, I don't know, they're estimating 400 feet because salt intrusion, the way drillers have drilled into our aquifers, salt intrusion from the ocean's coming. And currently there's a study, I don't have it, that models how salt intrusion is migrating on the inside. So eventually shallow wells will either be contaminated with the wastewater and the runoff we're talking about, or they'll be contaminated with salt intrusion, which is unique to here. Oil spills and methane are not really important. Right here, such an important slide, and again, right here by the United States Geological Survey, done by people, done by Cornell, and here it is for you. The most common water problem in rural water supplies is bacterial contamination from septic tank effluent. A recent nationwide survey by the EPA and Cornell found that contamination of drinking water by septic effluent is one of the foremost water quality problems in the nation. Again, it's important because this slide indicates what is happening and probably what's happening in and around this piece of property. As you will see, wells are here. You get some evaporation on the top when it seeps, but all the percolation goes down here, goes into the water table, runs right down the well pipes. So, the reason I brought up the second use, which doesn't require the county's consent, is flip one back. One slide back. Nope, one forward. And again, these are things I've learned as well. The second largest source is barnyard runoff. So we can bring 1,000 cows over there. Absolutely no problem, perfectly legal. The state will like it. The county can't do anything about it. That is the second most serious water contamination problem. It is because barnyard waste does exactly the same thing. It is untreated, it lays on the ground, the rain comes, it gets in the water table as it's moving up and down, and it seeps down into wells. I didn't say this. This isn't my opinion. This is the United States Environmental Protection Agency, and North Carolina DEQ provided some of these slides. They concur. And the third most serious problem, which I think is more if you've ever sprayed Roundup in your life, and now you know that they absolutely agree that when you people who have long-term exposure to Roundup have Hodgkin's lymphoma at a rate that is inversely huge. This farm, for example, so I know that the International Paper used to treat the ditches significantly to keep weeds down. I don't know, I haven't tested for it, I'm just telling you. A lot of pesticides, a lot of fertilizers don't biodegrade, so they sit there. So when the rain comes and the runoff happens, that's 1,000 acres. Again, the water table moves up and down, through wells, through holes, it enters the aquifer where shallow wells are drilled, and they're drinking the water. And I'm telling you, I have test results. These facts are undisputed. It is there. But has Pender County, is my question, ever done well testing on a comprehensive way? Have they ever gone out while they were designing bike paths for fluidity so the traffic went through? Have they ever gone out to the rural areas from the people who have, again, now this I don't know, but I was told by some of these folks in this room, in 2003 they asked for water, they told they were going to get it, they've not gotten the first drop. Did anybody go test it? It's not in a comprehensive plan. That's why it's not been done, but it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And I got to tell you, any of those things, you will see. I'm not anti-farm, I'm from a farming community, but I'm telling you, those things contribute to drinking water so large that many larger companies are required to go in and mitigate these issues. So DuPont did, right? If you happen to find PFAS, well, okay, so you don't find PFAS. What if you find the contributor from Roundup, the little percentage, the last thing on the Monsanto label for Roundup that just so happens to be highly carcinogenic if it's in the wells, but if you don't test for that, you don't know it's there. You test, you say, oh, it looks good, it doesn't have fecal matter in it. But it's full of arsenic, it's full of lead. Most of the old wells drill with galvanized pipe. You can't even use it because of the zinc anymore. And again, there are no tests. No one knows the answer, but it's a forgotten part of the county. I believe, I've seen it. Again, septic systems and groundwater, anybody can have this. We can make a lot of copies from the United States Geological Survey, from Cornell, from the EPA. They tell you that's the issue. Septic systems, and they are worsened by what we're about to have out there. There's about 5,000 new homes cumulatively. So what that does is the water that used to seep in the ground over at the other side, it doesn't go anywhere anymore. So what does it do? It runs down the driveways, in the ditches, it comes. The 5,000 houses will do the same thing. The Mannheim site, which is all asphalt, where does the water go? What the water does is it saturates that lake above the Torhuntas like a sponge. It gets in it. So when you reach saturation point, none of that septic fluid now can go anywhere. So what you have is a synergy of untreated waste, of untreated stormwater, and of water that enters the well casings, goes down into the aquifer, and comes back up through these faucets. I'm passionate about it, and I know I'm right because I have the data, and it is undisputed. Now, I don't have the 3,600 contaminants common in water because it costs 500 to 750,000 to get that comprehensive level of testing. But we know 6 are there, and we know fecal matter is in an area where there's absolutely no residential development over in our area. We're going to test the ditches soon. Same thing. So I want one specific thing. This type of affluent problem becomes acute in an area underlain by a shallow water table aquifer where the septic effluent discharges into the water that is used by many homeowners. That is what you have. You can draw it. You can follow the tour hunter. Get the soil maps. Look, Pender County produced the soil maps. It's a beauty. It's a soil map. It shows you where that is impermeable. If you take the impermeability and you take the layer above it, we're treating stormwater. We're treating all these new houses because we don't get rid of it, and we're adding it to that saturated layer to the point that you have supersaturation, and everybody knows because if you step in a mud hole, you go here. It is, I'm telling you, it is, and again, going back to the slide we didn't have, one of the recommendations was the county actually recommends in the current one, in the UDO, sewer and well water in these areas. To me, it's unconscionable. It is absolutely unconscionable. Without testing, you're endorsing that anybody that builds a house there, that's what they should use, and you don't make the services available for another option. Though I know some have asked. It's a huge issue. It's the reason that I was moving my children out there. I refused to do it until we figure out a better way. And you know, you're welcome to call Clayton Homes. They've been sitting there 8 months. I won't put them out there because I know better. Because I don't care how everybody else loves my children, but I don't want them to die at 30 or die at 40. I don't want the people who've lived out there to die now because they had bad water. And again, it's imperative. Ask Flint, Michigan. So as you will see, one of the #1 problems is cluster housing contamination, or how that happens. That's exactly what maybe not this board, but some board and some commissioner groups have approved in and around Rocky Point. You got 5,000 houses. So we got cluster housing. We're going to get contamination from cluster housing. There's no doubt. That again, that's a fact that's undisputable. You don't have houses, you're going to have 5,000 in the next 5 years. Undisputable.
Sir, are we getting close to wrap up?
We are.
Okay.
So here's what Pender County can do. You can take the $300,000, and this is why we were asked to be involved with the project. We didn't ask for the project, we were asked to be involved. So under the Clean Water Fund, that you can do minimal testing for, Pender County could get $35 million if they become involved, which is why we're here. They wanted to be involved from a utility standpoint. You're eligible for that. You can clean their water. You can make water and sewer available to them, and you wouldn't have to charge them so much that it's it's unattainable for them. The Clean Water State Revolving Fund was created by 87 minutes under the Federal Clean Water Act. And it's interesting. So the state may never tell you that it's a problem, but look what are eligible. Wastewater treatment and wastewater collection. You know why? Because they know it's a problem, and it would create mass hysteria if people realize what they were drinking, the health conditions they had because of what they were drinking, because it's untreated. So the circuitous way around that is they created a way for municipalities to solve that problem with low interest loans. And in particular, if Pender County endorses it, I don't even care to run it. It just happens to be the right place. You guys could go get 0% interest loan because it's a green project. Green project being the trees and the sod and the fact that you don't use any chemicals on it. Available to you. Nobody else. Local governments. So you could create the money that apparently they didn't have in 2003 to put reverse osmosis right next to it and make clean water and serve that community all the way across. And do it at a rate that doesn't choke them. $10,000, $5,000. Impact rates could be low because your capital investment isn't much. So, we suggested USGS, this is the most recent study. This is from 2018, this one's from 2023. Talking again about groundwater. Just to cut the time short, a septic tank can produce bacteria to the water, pesticides and fertilizers seep into the soil, can eventually end up in water drawn from a well. Also, a well might have been placed in land that was once used for something like garbage or chemical dumps. I don't know this. I'm telling you, this isn't Vince Burgess telling you his opinion. This is fact. It's undisputed, and there are volumes the USGS has on it. It's wider in Flint, Michigan. It's wider in West Texas. It is wider in Pennsylvania. It's wider in Sampson County. Go to Sampson County, they run water all over the county. They don't care about their debt, but they got water serving all these rural communities. You know why? Because they polluted the wells with farming operations. We have to eat. I'm part of the same group, part of the same hog farmers. We have to, but nevertheless, the cost of it has been human health. And you can ask the disenfranchised minority people in Duplin County, in Sampson County, and in Pender County. You can ask them all about it because they smell it, right? So anyway, just this, in closing here, this is the study. I welcome you to write it down and read it. 20 pages, all talks about specifically what we're talking about. 24 pages will educate you on how this stuff works. These are facts, and they're undisputable. Again, this is phase one. If we could get the county on board, they could run it. I don't care about running. The standard for a county to run it's much higher. They could be a part of it. They could also add reverse osmosis for water, and you could do it, and you could serve the underserved folks of the county, which hadn't been done, which hadn't been planned for by your predecessors or by anyone that I know yet. And you solve two problems. And again, makes no difference to me. If they don't want to do it, it's fine. But who else has offered a solution? We pay millions of dollars in salaries. Who else has offered a solution for a problem that is undisputable? Just, there you go. There's your funding answer. Because I always hear, we would love to do it, but we don't have the money. They will give you the money through the Clean Water Act, state and federal, to get those folks what they need. And if you put it on Ashton, and again, set me aside. I don't have to run it. I don't even care to run it. You serve that community. There you go.
Do we have any questions for Mr. Burgess?
How long is a sod farm viable? How long is the soil?
If you do it right, it's regenerative.
Okay, but right now you mentioned that the soil's not in good condition.
That's exactly right, and that comes from the fact that bad stormwater dilutes the minerals that are good for sod, good for trees, good for anything. Folks don't know mostly that pines are highly acidic, right? And it's been mostly pines, and they do a poor job of managing water. In fact, if you get a saturated area, pines will die, right? And that's classically what this has been. Sod absorbs. If you have sod at your house, don't turn the sprinklers on in the summer. See how long it takes to die. They require it, and again, that's part of the perpetuity equation. You continue to water it, you continue to use it. And I wouldn't necessarily do it, but I'm not sure that you don't create an area. And again, if it was in conjunction with Pender County, and I didn't have to be involved in it, however, you take hurricane debris and put out there, and you make soil with it. It's another sustainable solution that would be a little bit aggravating to the people when you ground it, because it does make noise. That's indisputable. But you could regenerate the soil. And again, and we would do that part, we could, because our interest in it was the effluent for the carbon sequestration. I don't care to run a sewer treatment plant. I don't care to run a reverse osmosis plant. But what I care about is the people that don't get addressed with this, and what I care about is making sure my children have good drinking water.
Are there any more questions for Mr. Burgess?
I have questions, but I was going to see if we wanted the public to speak, maybe prompt additional questions.
Yeah, that's
probably a good idea. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be calling the names, and I apologize in advance if I mispronounce anything. That is certainly not my intent. And if you are representing a formal group, that's not just your neighbors but, you know, you are part of a group. Identify that, and we can give you 5 minutes. We have a light system that will show you when the 3 minutes or the 5 minutes have expired, so that you'll know that your time is up. And we ask you to do that to respect those, because we have a couple pages of sign up, so we'll need to move it as quickly as we can.
When you come forward, please state your name and your address for the public record.
And we will not start the clock until after you've stated your name and your address. Jesse Pierce.
Jesse Pierce, 12582 Ashton Road. My name is Jesse Pierce, and I'm a resident of Pender County. I stand before you tonight a servant. I'm a servant first and foremost to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. I've served this great nation in the military. I have served this county as a law enforcement officer. I continue to serve this county in various other voluntary roles, such as with Rocky Point Fire Department. So as I stand before you tonight, I ask that you remember you are also servants to the residents of this county. I am concerned with the detrimental impact to our residents with the proposed wastewater treatment facility. I am sure you are all aware of the successful sod farm operations within our county and neighboring counties, none of which require a wastewater treatment facility. Spraying 500,000 gallons of treated wastewater a day onto soil which is not well drained will simply cause additional runoff, leading to issues we are seeing communities face across this state. No amount of planted vegetation will prevent or slow down this 500,000 gallons of water a day, let alone the grounds will be saturated and unable to cut this proposed sod farm. Recent storms have caused catastrophic damages locally and across the state to residents, commercial structures, and infrastructures from floods and water runoff. We have cities here in southeastern North Carolina which have become one-way in, one-way out cities, causing a nightmare to its residents and business owners while putting innocent lives at stake. I understand this will not affect Mr. Burgess or any other investor or developer who do not live in our county. They simply make their money and leave the tax-paying residents with the repercussions of greed, having to completely rebuild our lives from the impact of the investors' decisions. As Mr. Burgess stated in a community meeting both tonight and previous, he does not believe he needs the planning board's approval, the county commissioner's approval, or the community's approval. He can and will do what he wants on his land. And as he mentioned again tonight, he hopes to build this sewage plant and hopefully possibly have the county take it over. However, to someone who thinks they don't need approval from our county officials sound like someone our county should do business with? Should the taxpaying citizens then become responsible for something we clearly do not want? The county would have to pay an excess cost for the plant if they were to purchase it or lease it from him, and should again we pay for that? In closing, we all know rules and guidelines change. I am simply asking, look after the residents and not investors. Don't make exceptions or change rules for investors. Don't let investors take priority over our residents. When the investors make all their profit, they walk away from Pender County counting their money, taking it back to the county or state that they reside in to spend, never stepping foot back here unless another opportunity to make a fortune arises. We, the residents, are then stuck to live with the aftermath. So please, I ask you to do what is ethically and morally right for the residents. Protect us from harm, say no to the wastewater treatment facility, and yes to the residents. God bless.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce.
Melissa Pierce.
Good evening. Melissa Pierce, 12582 Ashton Road. Good evening. I've been a member of this community for over 2 decades. Attempting to industrialize our residential community with a waste treatment facility will negatively impact our community, causing environmental contamination, depletion of natural wildlife, and creating flood issues, just to name a few. An outsider coming in, buying a large tract of land as an income property, telling the community for years it will be a fishing pond, to now trying to force the community to get behind his waste treatment facility. These actions are unwelcomed by the community. The goal of this facility is to accumulate excessive profits that will benefit one person and his family. When zoning land for industrial activity, things taken into consideration are how it will affect the environment, traffic flow, pollution levels, and noise. Our land cannot handle thousands of gallons of water. It already floods as it is. Pender County nor DOT will make it their problem when our properties flood. My family has already put in thousands and thousands of our money and backbreaking hours of labor to negate the flooding issues, from digging our own ditches, laying our own culvert pipes, and putting down riprap. Adding this extraordinary amount of water per day will cause devastating effects. One mature tree planted in the ground can take up to 11,000 gallons of water from the soil in one single season. A whole season, not daily. This waste treatment facility will be dumping thousands of gallons of water per day. The time frame of a poplar tree to reach its full maturity takes 5 years per tree. The idea of planting trees to absorb the amount of water from his facility paints a picture of an unrealistic solution. Our community has wells and have for many generations prior to us. We don't have city water, city sewage, nor do we want to be forced to have either of those. This waste treatment facility needs to go in an area already zoned for industrial use, such as off of Highway 421 or Hampstead, where they welcome the overcrowding and the industrialization. Is Pender County ready for the lawsuits due to poor sanitation, serious public health issues, and land flooding that will come to pass due to this waste treatment facility and its dangerous risks being thrown up into the residential and agricultural community? So I ask each of you today to deny this land rezoning, as it will adversely, negatively affect hundreds of tax-paying citizens of Pender County and benefit one person and his family that doesn't even reside in this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pierce. Janice Worrell?
My name is Janice Worrell. I live at 12490 Ashton Road. I am here to oppose the rezoning and the construction of this wastewater treatment facility at 11763 Ashton Road. I know we keep mentioning a 10-acre tract. Well, actually, this involves more than a 10-acre tract. This land reaches from Ashton Road to Highway 210, which borders Trask High School. I know his facility is going to be on a site, a 10-acre tract. But you're going to have runoff, you're going to have water, you're going to have sludge, he's going to have poplar trees, he's going to have sod. And like was mentioned before me, it takes 5 to 7 years for a poplar tree to get enough growth to it to absorb a significant amount of water. I've done some research, online with this. 500,000 gallons a day of this being dumped back onto our land. We own land that borders up to Mr. Burgess. So it does concern me personally. Not necessarily just me. There's other people that own land back there. You're talking about wildlife, vegetation, creeks, rivers. The list just goes on and on as far as the contamination and the devastation. We already have severe draining and flooding issues, as my daughter spoke. We live side by side, and we have spent numerous back-breaking hours just a couple of weeks ago until all the rain started coming, putting down 4-foot round covers to try to handle the water that is coming to us from the direction that this plant is going to be. Laying the riprap, and if you've ever laid riprap, my God, it is not something you want to do, handling rocks this big around, to try to stop what is coming to us. It's just backbreaking, and it is expensive. And I know we've been told that there's not going to be any sludge, this is going to be drinking water, and I also did some study on that, and there's various ways that was indicated that sludge water can be dangerous. I just don't believe that everything that this facility is going to put out is going to be drinkable water. I'm sorry, I weren't born yesterday. It contains heavy metals, pathogens, organic pollutants, PFAS, and all of that is dangerous to the human life, to animals, to plants, and to land. So I ask you tonight to please do as I do, oppose this facility for the sake of not just me or my family, but for the sake of the community, Rocky Point. Like I say, this is going to it's going to involve a large community. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you, Ms. Earl. MJ Worrell?
Maurice Worrell, 12490 Ashton Road. Request you vote to deny the conditional rezoning request. Some concerns are private water well contamination, runoff, odor, health, safety, and potential accidents associated with it. The majority of the odor, bacteria, and viruses will remain from the point of origin until the treatment process is completed. Even then, all the hazards will not be eliminated. On the Scotts Hill facility, we were told that there was a facility in Scotts Hill that's similar to this proposed site here. And we visited that facility and noted various concerns. Canals along the side of the road to and from the facility is covered with green slime and full of sludge. And there appears to be a construction of a large retention pond in front of that facility. And both of these are open and will surely contaminate the air through vaporization and contaminate the soil and groundwater. In the Hempstead facility, we also received word later on that there's a location in Hampstead, and that's the one, Avondale, I think is the name of it, that's similar to the facility that's proposed here. And that facility, has standing water in the irrigation site when we visited it. The retention pond for the facility is almost completely covered with green slime. I spoke with several local residents that indicated there's always standing water in the irrigation site. And they also indicate that they do not allow their children in that area in fear of contamination concerns. And they can hear the noise of the motors running 24/7. And they also hear sprinkler noise off and on all times of the day and night. He indicated they do smell bad odors coming from the facility. As far as Ashton Road proposed facility, the canal ditches from Ashton Road toward the proposed wastewater treatment facility are already full, and another 500,000 gallons per day will likely put it over its banks. Other concerns I have is I certainly do not want this green slime to run off onto my property. I do not want the vapors associated with the vaporization process to drift into the air on my property in fear of health and safety concerns. Wastewater smells like rotten eggs, ammonia, garlic, dead fish, poop, and the list goes on. Wastewater contains a lot of bacteria as well as viruses that can be transferred to nearby soils. It's my understanding that medications and waste cannot be removed. Wastewater treatment facilities use chemicals that may not only produce foul odors, but can cause health problems. Local residents may experience problems selling their property along with the decrease of property values. At 500 gallons per day, in 1 year, it will produce 182.5 million gallons of sludge.
Thank you, Mr.
Sorry.
Worrell.
I've got more if you had time.
Judy Jordan?
I had no comment, I just want my name down there in case you send out in the mail, and we never learn anything.
Okay, thank you,
All right.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Harold Fields?
I'm Harold Fields. I live at 11501 Ashton Road. I showed y'all some pictures of when it floods, when a hurricane comes. Most everything that I was going to say has been said, but I want you commissioners to realize when you vote for it, if you yourself would like to live by a place like that, because I'm about the closest one. Everything else that I was going to say has been said.
All right, thank you, Mr. Fields.
William Savage? Monica Savage? Bobby Williams. Normally that goes in the reverse order. She says first.
Before we start the clock, just a quick question. There were a number of questions asked at the last meeting.
Can
Are
you,
y'all gonna be able to answer those?
State your name.
Bobby Williams, 12150 Ashton Road. I don't want to use up my time for something that's brought up on the September 9th meeting. Couple comments from the September 9th meeting. One of the board members asked that the area considered wetlands. Do we have the answer to that? I don't know, but I do know that during the last tropical storm, Debbie, water was ankle deep in my yard from just a tropical storm. Poor soil, lack of proper maintenance of the ditches by the state, low spot on Ashton Road. I don't know, but do we have an answer for that? I believe you asked that question. Point about the odor. Another comment from the board was the 23rd Street site is an older operation and newer installations are better at controlling this. I agree this is probably right, but would note that even though a week-old pair of wet socks probably does not smell as bad as a 2-week-old pair, they still stink. There is equipment available to measure odor from waste treatment plant using standardized methods that are dependable, reproducible, objective, and quantity. This eliminates, I think, from the equation. Do we have access to this equipment, and does the county have standards in place? If the standards are in place, what are they and what is the range? The staff was asked by a board member to obtain answers to some of the concerns raised at the September 9th meeting. These included industrial use, cleanliness of the water, spillage, discharge, runoff, odor, and the health of the community. Have these answers been obtained, and if so, where are they available to the public? I hope y'all remember you asked these questions. Last thing I'd like to mention about the September 9th meeting, the board determined it would be a good idea to visit the site at Maple Hill to get a better understanding of waste treatment. I think it was an excellent idea, but the Maple Hill facility is rated at 42,000 gallons per day. The proposed Ashton site is rated at 500,000 gallons per day. Visiting a similar sized operation will allow us to compare apples to apples. We also need to know that the 500,000 gallons a day will be phased in over a period of time. Does this mean the proposed 10 acres for the site will handle 500,000 gallons, or will more land be needed to accommodate this growth? Now to tonight's questions. Do we need a waste treatment plant? The 2020 census reported the county's population over 60,000, just over 60,000. 2022 estimate is over close to 66,000, the average of increase of 4.6 a year, which means by 2030 we're going to have about 82,000 people in this county if we keep building like we've been building, and it seems like there's no slowdown on that. The answer is yes. Where these sites need to be located, close to the 17 corridor where available land is becoming non-existent to excessive overbuilding and questionable planning by earlier boards. Everyone wants to be close to the beach, including myself, but oh well. Close to the 117 area, that's what we're looking at now. I can remember only a very few years ago, and I'm sure many here too, around the Rocky Point intersection, the only thing there was Freddy's. Now we have 3 gas stations, 3 fast food restaurants, a large grocery store, 2 businesses, and you changed the rules just a little bit on the group. The last time we were here, you said if we represented a group. Now we're saying, it has to be some kind of specialized. I can wait and do the rest of this on the next meeting, but the dictionary does say a number of individuals, 3 or more, assembled together, having a unified relationship is a group. I have a group, I can continue, or we'll go on the next time we meet.
Mr. Williams, when you come forward, you identified yourself
I understand.
as an individual. You should have identified yourself as a group.
And that came up when? At no point whenever he mentioned a
Sir,
group.
I said it at the beginning of the meeting, with all
Yes,
due
sir.
respect,
Right.
and then you stood up and you did not say you were representing the group.
No, you said that a group that was not just your neighbors, okay? But that's okay. I can finish this up in the next meeting. But my question now is, the answers that came up in the September 9th meeting that you all actually brought up, do we have answers for those tonight? Did you get those answers?
We have some answers.
Okay, and
Mr.
I mean,
Williams.
it's a start. And,
Yes, sir.
The next meeting, we'll finish up.
All right, thank you, Mr. Williams.
James Wilson.
My name is James Wilson. I live at 624 McCreary Road, Burgaw. I'm in agreement with everybody. Everything has been said. I certainly agree. I noticed that the gentleman that presented himself as what he wants to do in Pender County, everything I heard was perfect, but there's nothing perfect under the sun. And you didn't say anything about breakdowns. You didn't say anything about floods. You didn't say anything about the danger that could occur for people that's older people, children. We must consider you, not only for yourself, but other people as well. And I think we are our neighbor's keeper. So we should consider one another. And we have to say no to this proposition. Sorry to say, but there's nothing perfect. So you didn't say anything about breakdowns, floods. So all these things should be considered because people's lives are at stake. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Kim Johnson.
I'm speaking for a group. My name is Kim Johnson. I reside at 12360 Ashton Road.
What group are you representing?
I am representing my family. I am representing a few people from the community.
Okay. Thank you.
My name is Kim Johnson, and I am a fifth generation. So I've been there for 52 years. My parents have been there for 70s. My uncle's been there for.
Can you repeat your address again, please?
12360.
12360
Ashton Road, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So again, I'm fifth generation to the landowners. I'm 52. I've lived okay. My parents have lived good. They walk every single day.
Ms. Johnson, you're addressing the board.
I am, okay. My group. I just wanted to make sure that we understood what he had said, but my family has also been good stewards of the land because I am at the fifth generation and we're already down to the seventh generation of my family that my great-grandparents came. Many of the people that are in this room worked with my family through the years as good stewards to the land as also. And we're still farming trees, so they are again good stewards. But it came to our attention a few months ago that there was a rezoning proposal request made by B Squared for a conditional rezoning permit. So after the meeting took place, what studies I did myself are right here from the community. You can call it a PhD. It's my Pender High diploma, but these are my people. In our community, you know, there's over 500 signatures that nobody wants it. And I've heard Mr. Burgess say, there's some truth to what he has to say, but what I've gathered from him, he's worried about him, but he's not moving here. He's worried about his kids moving here and they not living past 30. I'm 52 and I'm healthy. That perhaps because all I've heard is negative about our county, we don't have to have it. We're already getting dumped on. Yes, there's some infrastructure issues that we need to address as a county, but we don't need it from arrogance. And someone coming here and telling us that they're going to do what they want to do, how they want to do it. That's got to be an insult to you as much as it is to me. Y'all may have been here longer than I have. I don't know. I don't know where you're from. But I know you don't live on my road because I would know you at some point in time. So we are a community, and we are worried about each and every one of us. I don't care what he wants. What he wants, he needs to go to a completely another state and find what he wants for himself. My well is 375 feet deep, and I've got great and fantastic water, and I'm still surviving. My parents are still surviving. When I drank out of the water hose, my aunt and uncle are living where my grandparents did, and I drank out of that water hose. And I'm still okay. And got all my teeth. So that's all I got to say is I want you to vote for the community, not for someone who might have a fix for the county. We've seen it as a denial, as denied, and that's where it needs to stay. Because he's already showed that he's not willing to work with anybody with his attitude. I don't even know him, never seen him before. But I'm insulted sitting 3 rows back. And I would think that you all were also insulted. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Holly Taylor.
Holly Taylor, 13923 Ashton Road. Per the application that I saw online, there was reference to no wetlands per the GIS, referencing the NWI and DCM. But when I looked at GIS, I saw wetlands reference for both NWI and DCM, and also per their notebook notes, they said poorly draining soil. So the vast majority of all the surrounding and vacant property that I saw had wetland classifications, and per the current zoning, should be lessen the likelihood of any large developments or large density growth. So with that being said, where is this waste coming from? I have not seen any reference to where it will be coming from. Will there be pipes brought in? Will it be trucked in? If trucked in, if any of you have driven down Ashton Road, you're probably going to lose a tire, bend a rim. It is poorly maintained, and the DOT is constantly filling potholes. In likelihood, the waste is going to have to come from outside the immediate area. So the increased waste and water discharge will be higher than what we can currently handle. The environment is not set up to take on this additional. Any additional filtration of the system will be outweighed by the disadvantage of excess discharge. Our area already has flooding concerns, which many people already mentioned, and it's not suitable for single residence discharge. Many people have already had septic systems denied for single family residents. Prior approval for the treatment plan should not have any impact. That was pre-Hurricane Florence. We clearly saw since Florence that this county has very strong limitations for water runoff. And just seen in the largest rainstorms in Brunswick County, the number of contaminations, sewer spills, pipe breakages, and the amount of contamination for that for all their new sewer systems. Secondary concern is the ability to truly filter and clean the water. I understand cleanliness to meet or exceed DEQ or DNR standards, but I think I speak with most of us that that doesn't give us much comfort when we've been poisoned by PFAS for 20 plus years with our safe water. Per the National Institute of Health, cancer rates in our health services area are rising. There cannot be a guarantee that medicinal discharge will be removed from the treatment process. The treatment discharge will very likely include waste from radiation, chemotherapy, gene and cell therapy, as examples of just oncologic waste alone. The FDA doesn't even know the long-term effects of the cell and gene therapy. There are still ongoing studies for that for long-term follow-up. So we have no way of knowing what medicines are going into our waste and what issues that'll cause for our creeks, streams, humans, wildlife. I had another thought and it left my head. So I guess I will wrap it up there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor.
Douglas Storms.
Hello, my name is Douglas Storms. I live on 1242 McCrary Road, Burgaw. And McCrary Road wasn't even mentioned in his paperwork. And I concur with all these people. But I would request that Pender County test our well water to disprove him. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Storms.
Joseph Williams.
Joseph Williams, 12164 Ashton Road. A lot has been said, and one of the biggest things is the community does not need this. He talks about a triple osmosis system. I have that on my own well. I don't need a waste management system to clean my water. I already have that set up, which do I think most people here already. This man is also just right here. He said it in front of you, and I wasn't even upset. It's just we didn't want it to be here. But now this man threatens this community and says it in front of you that he will impose his will regardless of what anyone else here does because he thinks he has enough money to do so. And that is not how we're run. This is a residential community. We do not need a plant in there. Our water is fine. My well is over 200 feet. I've had it tested. You know, the health factor, I think, no disrespect to anybody in this room, but I think you can look at the content of this room and see that I think
Mr.
we have
Williams, please address the board.
Oh, I am addressing you guys, but I'm just showing back here that we have plenty of people that are over 50 years old and that have made it so far. And I don't think that there's anything wrong with these guys. I mean, we all have health problems, but I don't even see a 30-year-old in this room. Maybe one. But are we going to let someone who has no interest in this community, no voice in this community, if he wants a voice, he needs to move here, register to vote, and back a candidate, or either run himself, one of the two. But this is an outsider who says that he is going to do what he wants to do. That's what he said tonight. That's at his little private meeting that he had the other night at the library. He said that he would do this, or he would bring a hog farm. Even though there hasn't been a new hog farm built in North Carolina in 20 years. There's so much you got to jump through there, boss. Go for that. And you know, you guys have to make a recommendation. The county commissioners are also, they can't wait to hear him say that they don't need his permission or anybody else's in this state to do that. So they're waiting for that comment. That's really all I got to say, guys.
All right, thank you, Mr. Williams.
John Hodgson.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair, gentlemen, thank you for your time tonight. My name is John Hodgson, 13127 Ashton Road. I'm a retired physician. I practiced in Columbus County, internal medicine, for 35 years. During that time, I served on the Board of Health, so I have a little knowledge about the health issues that are of concern. My property is on Ashton Road. It's a tree farm. It backs up. The west border is defined by Kelly's Creek. Kelly's Creek floods. Get a little rain, it floods. We get a lot of rain, it floods a lot. And sometimes it floods to the point where Ashton Road is underwater at least a couple of points. So I think that's a great environmental impact concern. And I would strongly urge you, if you consider this program, to have a full environmental impact study done before approving this plan. After hearing Mr. Burgess, I've got more questions than answers than I had before I came here. One big question is, where all this water going to come from? We know where it's supposed to go to, but we don't know where it's going to come from. He indicated that a wastewater treatment plant does not reduce property values. I'd have to respectfully disagree. I don't think there's a wastewater treatment plant built anywhere that does not decrease property values. They emit a lot of bad odors, they create noise, they create a lot of light 24 hours a day, they create traffic, especially the trucks taking the waste away. We don't want that. We also know that wastewater treatment plants tend to expand over time. You build it now, and then, as you said, phase 1, what's in phase 2? What's in phase 3? We don't want to see it expanded, that's for sure. We also know that this water and this waste has got to go from someplace to this plant and back. At some point, we're all going to be asked to pay the cost of having these pipes run in front of our properties, to pay the cost of them, whether we ever intend to hook up to them or not. But that's traditionally what happens. The landowner has to pay the cost for the pipes, for the water pipes and the sewer pipes. None of us want that. I would say in the long-range plan for Pender County, if Pender County identifies a need for a wastewater treatment plant, okay, let's all come together. Let's all try to find the best place for it that has the least environmental impact and the least impact on the citizens. But let's not do it for a private concern. Let's do it if the county really feels that we need to do this. Nobody wants to live near a wastewater treatment plant. I would say even the developer wants to put his children there. I don't know. I would say the engineers, and I'm certain none of you want to live near a wastewater treatment plant. None of us do either.
Thank you, Mr. Hodgson.
Jimmy Fentress?
I'm Jimmy Fentress with Stroud Engineering, 102 Cinema Drive, Wilmington, North Carolina. I am the author of this application. I was approached by Vince Burgess to try to take the water from the Falls Mist project to the proposed sod farm for irrigation. I told him that there had been prior a wastewater treatment plant special use permit on the property that he owned, which we determined in that meeting was that property, and that we could try to resurrect the special use permit we had for that, which was a 500,000 gallon a day plant for that property. I've been involved with the property since 2006. I have approved wetland maps for the entire Davis Farms. That's 3,700 acres. I've worked with Davy Resource Group in preparing an application for the wetland mitigation bank that's beside of Vince Burgess's property. That land is in conservation. It's, I think, about 800 acres as well. There is sewer existing all throughout Rocky Point, from Carver Road to 133 all the way to the school, to Rocky Point proper commercial area, out to Heidi Trask School. So a good portion of pipe is already in the ground. That's a pressurized sewer. It could go under the river to Cape Fear Public Utility Authority, or it could be connected to wherever. This will be the most buffered wastewater treatment plant in the area. The Blake Farms wastewater treatment plant is fairly buffered, but there's a development proposed all around it. There's no development proposed all around this. We proposed to rezone only the 10 acres and leave the rest rural agriculture for him to do his sod farming and tree farming. I felt it a very noble and honorable proposal. I fully back it. I can understand the concerns that the neighborhood has. We'd like to address them further. We tried to by having the community meeting. When we were approved prior in 2007, there was no public outcry. Well, I don't know. I understand that.
Please address the board.
And that was a
Mr.
long time
Fentress.
ago. That was a long time ago.
Let's keep that in the past.
So, development is coming to Rocky Point. We all know that. Development will occur in front of these lines, adjacent to these lines. The best way to prepare for it is to provide services in advance of it coming. There are no 500,000 gallons of water out there waiting to be delivered to Vince Burgess when he gets his plant up and going. That's just preparation for the inevitability of time. 500,000 gallons a day is 3/16 of an inch on 100 acres. So he has 800 acres and proposing to vegetate it and provide vegetative uptake for the water from the very treated wastewater treatment facility. So That's what I've got to say, and I appreciate y'all's time and consideration tonight. I appreciate interest from the community. I think it's appropriate. So it's only going to get worse as time goes on and more people get here to get these facilities in place. If we don't get them in place in preparation for these people coming, there's going to be septic tanks feeding everybody's wells. That's all I got.
All right, thank you, Mr. Fentress.
Jonathan Worrell.
Name is Jonathan Worrell, and I live at 1282 McCrary Road, and have lived there for 15 plus years. I oppose the treatment plant at this location, and here are the reasons why you should vote no. You, the planning board, have to make a decision based on what is proposed in this application. The content of the proposal is so vague that they had to hold a community meeting to explain its characteristics. I would like to dissect the proposal to show you that there is not enough info to approve this. There was actual 19 pages of content. 2 pages are the application info, 2 pages are the narrative. The main factor in the narrative is that it considers the soil types as 2 types of poorly drained soils on the property. 9 pages are explaining the treatment process, which does not explain what contaminants are removed in the process and what contaminants are not removed in the process. 4 pages are the 09 proposal, which is not the same characteristics as the 24 proposal. Discrepancies in the 09 proposed 184 acre tract with a 2.5 million gallon upset pond, 2 6.7 acre infiltration basins. None of this is shown or described in the 24 site plan or application. This is the main reason why the 09 should not be attached to this application and should not be taken into consideration. 2 pages are the site plan map, which does not show where the effluent would be discharged. The discharge is half the workings of the wastewater treatment plant, solids and mostly the liquids. B Squared stated that the remainder of their property would be the discharge/drain field. That equals 500 or 800 acres, not 10 acres. This means the drain field would be directly in residents' backyards, less than 100 yards, and would be 225 yards from my well. Which brings me to my next point of contamination of ground drinking water. We do not have county water in this corridor of Ashton, McCrary, or Stony Road. This is another main reason why this is not the location for this. There are no plans to run county water, and there has been none for 15 to 20 years, even though the residents paid. Groundwater is our only source of water, and I do not want it contaminated by pharmaceuticals and detergents that do not get filtered out in the membrane process. Next, at the meeting, they used Avondale, and tonight, as an example of a wastewater treatment plant in the middle of a neighborhood. The differences in Avondale and Ashton is Avondale residents chose to live there knowing there was a plant in their backyard with a drain field. Avondale has county water, we do not. They are not drinking the groundwater. Avondale's soil described as poorly drained, and Avondale's roads are up to DOT standards, which brings me to my next point. In the proposal, the road to the wastewater treatment plant would have to be DOT approved, but Ashton and McCrary roads are not DOT approved. They are dilapidated. Another factor is the road width. Cannot handle the vehicular traffic.
All right, thank you, Mr. Worrell.
Shawana Rivas.
My name is Shawana Rivas. I live at 11959 Ashton Road and 11937 Ashton Road, where I cannot put my home because I cannot have a well. That area is a wetland. It is, you can look online, you can find it in the staff report that it is a wetland. In the meeting that they did have on July 23rd, nobody showed up because we are a working class group and we work at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So they had no intentions on listening to us to begin with, as he stated tonight. They're also saying that this is just going to cover that 10-acre plot, but it says here that the wastewater treatment facility was approved. If it was approved, a rezoning request for approximately 35 more hundred acres would follow. Also, he He said that he hasn't spoken to like the membrane fouling, so that's something that can happen with this type of water treatment facility, and the replacement cost is astronomical. And if he doesn't have the $300,000 for the testing, he certainly doesn't have the $300,000 that it would be necessary to replace or repair. And the type of people that need to be hired have to be well-trained people to handle that type of facility and what it needs for its upkeep and maintenance. That costs money, and who's gonna pay for that also? He told us the rezoning. We went for the rezoning the first time based on his ideas and what he believed would help our community. We listened to it. We believed that, oh, we're gonna live there, we're gonna build something there, and they're gonna do some hydroponic growing. We were all like, yay! That didn't happen. He told us there would be no hog farms, but now he's threatening, like, if I don't get to do this, I'm gonna do that. Or housing development there. We did pay for water to come through, but that is a government regulated thing instead of a private person having that. We want somebody, if you want to come to us and say, this is something you need in your community that will help your community, then let's sit down, talk to us, let us know all these information, these facts. You can't just come in and bully us and say, do it like I want to do it, because I want to and I'm going to do it because I have the money. That is not ethical at all. We also have filtered waters in our home. Our wells are 350 plus, some of us, that have a filter inside and a filter outside. Water was tested in 2023. They sent out vials from the health department to all our homes to fill them up, send them back. They sent us back reports. Mine didn't have fecal matter in it, or there would have probably been some kind of conclusion to that. The pipes that he wants to say, oh, we can spend that $300,000 on pipes. Well, the pipe that I just had to buy for my ditch cost $980. So we're not gonna get a lot of pipes for $300,000. There are regulations in place for septic systems, and he hasn't informed us of any of the things that he's gonna do to stay in regulation. We have farmed and lived there for generations, and we're healthy people because we farm there. We drink this water. We have always drunk the water, and we take care of our property. And he is acting like we live in the cesspool of the filth and we're drinking crap. The only crap that we're drinking is what he spilled in our mouths tonight.
Wanda Wilson.
My name is Wanda Wilson. I live at 11885 Ashton Road, Burgo, North Carolina. My township is Rockport, North Carolina. I say no to the waste management treatment plant. If the planning committee needs to work on something for Ashton Road, is give us clean water to hook up that we already paid for 20 years ago. We do not need other people fetus, poop, or trash pumped through our community. We was told that it would be pumped in and what they couldn't treat would be trucked out. We do not need excess water dumped in our community when the county is already telling us that our land is wet. Our land is too wet to have septic tanks put in or approved so that we can live where we already paid for. We do not need our community to be rezoned for someone else's profit that doesn't live here. Our community needs to be helped to keep the families that have been in this community for over 100 years. My mother bought the land that we are adjacent to this site over 60 years ago. Her children and grandchildren are trying to live on that land, fighting every day to keep that land and move forward with all the rules that comes along with progress. Wastewater treatment plant is no progress for us or the Ashton community. Once water is supposed to be clean, which is no guarantee with anything that humans do, we all know that no one on earth can control where this water is going to go. What will happen to our drinking water with poop, fetus, or trash once we have a water spill? With the hurricanes and the floods, that water is going to be over the rim of what they put it in, and nobody else can control it. What will happen to our food trees and the food that we grow in the ground? Put this in an industrial park near a river or ocean, not in my backyard with my children and grandchildren and other families trying to enjoy the land that they have had to crawl around on, lay on, and smell pine trees, not poop. Wait a minute, one more page to start together. Okay, we have deep water wells and we have septic tank is what we are using now. Before we had deep water wells and septic tank, we had hand pumps and outhouses. That is what our grandparents live with, and some of them live to be 90 and close to 100 years old. So yes, we have been dealing with water for a while, but we are still trying to progress by following the planning commissioners when they tell us, get a septic tank. And we have deep wells. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Michael Rector.
My name is Michael Rector. I have two properties in the area, 5241 US Highway 117 South and 361 Double Eagle Road. One of the unfortunate things about getting older is you get more and more cynical. I have dealt with things with the government before, and inevitably, as we talk about groundwater, sooner or later the EPA is going to come in and decide they want to test everybody's well. Once they do that, they start contaminating wells. Then they begin to charge us to put pipelines in. I know right now that it costs $5,300 to have a water meter connected to the road so I could connect my house to it. Tack on $50, $75 a month for that. Once our water becomes a problem, then the septic tank becomes the issue that the government comes after, and the next thing you know, we're paying to put in pipelines to run sewage to this plant. My assumption with this plant is that the sewage water would be piped in. If by chance it were trucked in, most of you may not know, but a truck, a 40-foot long semi-truck with a 40-foot long tanker trailer can hold about 6,000 gallons of water. To run 500,000 gallons of water to that plant a day would require 83 tractor-trailer trucks to get it there. The roads and the infrastructure in that area is already crowded with Ashton River Road 117, hard enough to get out of in the morning and hard enough to get out of in the evening. So my proposal is that we do not accept this treat water plant, and I hope you deny that application.
Thank you, Mr. Rector. Those are all the sign-ups, Mr. Chairman.
All right, that concludes the sign-ups. Is there anyone that has not gotten a chance to speak that would like to come forward and speak?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to allow this gentleman his 3-minute time.
Okay. Second. 3, yes, sir.
You need to come and sign in, sir.
I ain't got much to My name is Joe Bordeaux. A house at 443 Stony Road. 443 Stony Road. All right. I was just listening at you talking about that. What you call that? That aquifer where the water. Where you talking about? Ours is already polluted, and I can't understand that. And I done heard Gail. I done heard a lot of them already. They done said everything, because our grandparents lived. They did live to be around about 90 years old, most of them. Okay, and we ain't have nothing but hand pumps. And I come through that age, hand pumps. And what he talking about is pumping the water on some sod grass. And like they already said, there ain't gonna be nothing but a whole lot or more of, cause it to get more flooded, and it's gonna be real wet. We got a problem over there now. And it seems like that we can't put nothing down, because when we go up to Beauregard, come up here, y'all got so many things that saying that we can't do this, we can't do that anyway. So, but if you allow him to come in there, and he done told y'all what he gonna do, and y'all don't let us do certain things, and then he said he gonna do it, I don't get that. This is crazy. This man and his lawyer, whoever that other guy was, he live in Wilmington. The aunt, I don't know where the one that bought the property live at, and he know he lying. He ain't gonna have his churn with no trailers up in there. Now that's a lie. And then he talking about how he got that 20-page thing, and he know that's probably a lot. You know, he just throwing stuff out there and expecting us to believe it. But I don't believe nothing he's saying. All he trying to do is hoodoo us, and then he gone. And it's up to y'all to help us. What y'all gonna do? Because he already said what he gonna do. And it ain't right. All that mess. Frustrating.
Mr. Bordeaux. Mr. Bordeaux. Mr. Bordeaux, would you come up and sign the register for us?
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Is there anyone else?
Just real quick, I asked a question before.
Yep.
The month-old question from September 9th meeting, have you got the answers? Where can we see them? It's been a month now, and y'all asked the question.
Thank you.
Okay.
Say that again.
All right. Daniel, would you like to explain to the audience, that our recommendations are not the final say?
Yes, sir.
That, and if,
Yes, sir. Members of the audience, the planning board is an appointed board, and they serve as a recommending body on cases like this. So regardless of how the board votes this evening, whether they vote to approve or deny, there will still be a public hearing similar to this in front of the Board of Commissioners in November. So just want to make everyone aware of that the planning board's role is advisory. They advise the Board of Commissioners through public hearings like this and make a recommendation. The Board of Commissioners can vote consistent with the planning board, or they can vote inconsistent with the planning board. So I want the audience to be aware that the decision tonight is a recommendation, and the final decision will be made by the Board of Commissioners in November, if the decision is made this evening.
all right. Do we have any questions for staff at this time?
I might have questions, I'm not sure if you're directing that yet.
Okay.
For the applicant?
Yeah.
Now, one of the gentlemen earlier had referenced a list of questions that we had addressed on the September 9th meeting. Do we have any that I don't have my paperwork from September the 9th.
They were stormwater runoff, or
Yep.
water runoff was the number one issue, contamination of health-related issues. How could this, if approved, this project impact health, specifically drinking water? I think, the runoff and the flooding, is always top of mind in Pender County.
Right.
Those are the two main issues. There are some other questions that were, additional, about like swimming ponds and some other aspects there, but I think those are the two major ones. So I think we can address those unless you have an answer to that to the applicant.
I believe the applicant would be better suited to answer those
Okay.
questions.
And also, a number of us did go to Sidbury Road and visit the facility on Sidbury Road. I'm not sure, I went with Mr. Adams. I believe Mr. Pitts was there. I can't speak for any of the other gentlemen, on the board.
Yeah, I also toured it.
You did? Okay. But, Sidbury Road to me, and like I say, I'm no professional. I think they had a very well-run establishment there. It's on 28 acres. I don't know about the capacity. I know that the affluent discharge was was extremely low. And, you know, I'm not saying it's a good thing or bad thing, either way. But like you say, everything is different. What might work in one place might not work somewhere else. But we have done some due diligence to go and investigate and tour places to see. My personal experience when I was there is that the entire time I was there, when I first pulled up, I did smell some odor. And it was very little in a very small area. And then I did smell it one other time after that. Now, I'm not saying that that will be the case. I don't know, like I said. But we have done due diligence to, you know, to go out and investigate, and that type of facility is similar to this facility that the gentleman's proposing. So, does anybody else have anything they want to add?
I think it's an excellent place to start in this conversation, is about exactly what this plant is going to look like. You know, it's a membrane plant. You know, is there any differences from what this one's going to be to the Plurus plant on Sidbury Road? You know, there's some questions around that, some odors, so I'm not sure if the applicant wants to come up and answer our questions to that.
The plant proposed is very similar to that out at Blake Farm.
What is different about it?
What is different?
Mhm.
Well, we've not got into the fine detail of the design without getting a discretionary approval from the county.
Okay.
So we can only say, we could do like that. If that's a condition of approval, then that's what we would be bound to do.
Okay, one second. Do we have the conditions for denial or as well as approval? Can we pull those up?
Yeah, conditions of approval.
Yeah, or the denial, that page. So it's a membrane plant.
It's a membrane plant. That is one of the conditions
Now,
of the approval that we agreed to.
I know a little bit more about this because you were before this board several years ago discussing a very similar proposal just down the road from here at the Falls Mist property.
Very correct.
Okay. What, in that project, that's inside the development, is it
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay, so how far would you say roughly is that the buffer for that treatment plant, those spray fields, from housing?
Would be 25 foot
25 feet?
in that development.
Okay. How many
They're
other?
not spray fields. That particular development is designed to have drain fields.
Drain fields, okay. And are there any other plants in the area that have these small HOA-run treatment plants that you're aware of?
Well, we're not proposing to run the Falls Mist plant with an HOA. That would never be my recommendation.
This is a district plant then, where you could run sewer from
We'll
all over the place?
Solicit private utilities. We've been in discussion with several private utilities towards developing a developer's agreement to operate that plant.
Okay. But basically, you're saying it's not just a small neighborhood. This is something that is going to bring sewer in from other areas to treat.
Yes.
Okay. So the membrane treatment aspect of it, what are the byproducts of the plant itself?
The plant will render a sludge
Okay.
from the heavier metals that are treated out of the water, and no different than any other wastewater treatment plant in the area in the world.
So two byproducts basically is the sludge, which is
Sludge
a
and water.
contaminant. That's the rotten egg smelling, sludge, right? And then water, effluent.
Right.
Now, if I'm correct, I believe Plurus has an aquarium that they run their effluent through and out of that to show if anything happens to those fish, they know they got a problem. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. The sludge, though, has an odor. How do you contain that and treat that and manage that?
It's put into holding bins and trucked off, or we have proposed to and would rather use it on site. It can be used as a land application. You can get a permit to apply it to the land. It can be assimilated into the land. You can grow non-food product.
Would you treat that prior to putting that on soil? Would you treat that?
It's the product of the treatment process, so there's no further treatment.
Do you dry it out, or does it remain
It's
wet?
dried out, yeah.
It's dried out. Okay.
It's like big chunks of clay.
Yeah.
Is what kind of
right.
Yeah.
And I think when they dry it out, it's better because it keeps the odor down.
When it gets wet again, when it hydrates, does it have a foul smell to it?
There's land application sites all around this community, all
Okay.
around this region.
The spray fields on this list is being proposed because we've seen it. How does that, legally work with, if we can approve this conditional rezoning, that these spray fields are going to be permanent attached to this project?
It would be by easement onto the adjacent properties where they are proposed to be irrigated.
Okay. In the event that the ownership transfers to new ownership who no longer want to run a sod farm, what are you proposing in that aspect?
Those easements would run with the land.
Okay.
It would be a requirement.
All right. The applicant referenced bona fide farms and upset many people in the room about we could do it a different way and no one could stop me. And well,
I think the intent there was, the farming does have special exemptions.
Right. Can you explain a bona fide farm for us? Or maybe
Bona
Daniel?
fide farm is committed to farming, whether it be agriculture or silviculture. And so long as they operate in accordance with a forestry management plan or an ag plan that they have filed with the county, then they have certain tax exemption, not true exemption, but reduction.
Let me
Deferment.
interrupt. That's not correct.
Maybe I should ask him, sorry.
Yeah, no, the tax exemption is a totally different program than bona fide farm. If you're talking about tax deferral.
Deferral.
Right, but
Right.
that's a
That's
totally different
forestry.
program and totally different requirements than establishing
That's
a bona fide
that's
farm.
not my expertise. And I
No,
shouldn't
that's what I'm
speak-
saying. Jimmy, I've known you. You're not trying to mislead anybody. I know
Right,
that.
right.
I'm just saying,
Yeah,
I don't
that
want
was
the
my
board
fault.
to be, because there's bona fide farm, which is exempt. Now, am I telling you that a wastewater treatment plant is part of a farming operation? I am not. And I have never heard anybody with a law degree asserting that.
Okay.
I'm saying that. There are factors that, and again, bona fide farm doesn't wipe away everything. In the statute, the gentleman stopped before it said non-farm activities are subject to zoning regulation.
Mm-hmm.
That was in the language he had highlighted in red. So the question would be, is a wastewater treatment plant a farm activity? Again, I have not studied the issue, but my initial response is no. That's not, because if you start doing that, then the bona fide farm exemption basically overrides every regulation that's out there. You could put a toxic waste dump and say, but I'm growing some grass on it when I'm done with it. So that's okay. I don't think anybody thinks that is a bona fide farm activity. But again, there are differences. There's a bona fide farm. There's set requirements in the statute that do qualify. Additional evidence can be considered. For the tax deferral, which is a different program, you've got to show receipts over a certain period of time. And they're just different programs with different
But
requirements.
it does give the owner of a bona fide farm tremendous latitude when it comes to local zoning issues or regulations.
Absolutely. The statute does lay out, you can put, and for the most part, you are exempt from the building inspection.
Right.
You can go out there and build, and you don't have to meet the same, inspection criteria, which, there's some people that are still trying to wrestle with the idea of when you do agritourism, And so that's your bona fide farm activity, and agritourism is you have a bunch of people crowded into a building for a wedding reception, and you haven't had inspections. That, there could be potential issues there, but that's for the General Assembly to decide, not us. We apply the law as it's written.
Is treatment through a similar process of farm animals related to farm for water,
Yeah.
for fluid?
No,
That would be a farm.
A hog lagoon, that's related to a farm activity.
So that's
No
an
question,
option.
because that's a
On any bona fide
byproduct
farm.
of the agricultural activity that's on the property. The difference is that wastewater that's being treated is not generated on the property. It's generated wherever.
For
And
what's being proposed.
The description, right, in this
Right.
case, they're talking about a bunch of houses that would generate the wastewater, and a single-family residential use is not a bona fide farm. And if you, in fact, one of the few restrictions on bona fide farm is if you build a single-family residential unit, it's still got to meet residential building code, and it can only be occupied by the owner, operator, or lessee of the farm. So, I mean, for that, there are still some restrictions. So the magic wand part of bona fide farm, I would respectfully differ with. But that's not before you, because they're asking for the permit.
Correct.
You decide, so that's a moot point as far as you're concerned. If they're not required to get the county approval, then they don't have to ask for it, and they can go ahead, and that'll play out as it plays out.
Okay.
I'll address what I said if you don't mind.
No, Mr. Chairman, that's up to you whether you want to have anything else addressed. I was just trying to address the issue of, there's a difference between the tax deferral, and again, that's not what Mr. Fentress does. It is what I do, so I know the distinctions, and they are there, but it's entirely up to the board whether, you want to hear more at this time.
I'm pretty clear on it.
I'm quite familiar with the bona fide farm.
Yes.
I'm very familiar with it. I live on a bona fide farm. So, and I do have a tax exemption number as well. I don't need to, go back and rehash this.
Same here.
I just wanted to clarify what a bona fide farm
Yeah.
was. That there was
Yes.
latitude for an individual that is beyond our regulation in certain capacities.
Yeah.
Yes.
I had a question for Mr. Fentress. Are you piping it in, or are you trucking it in, or both? Piping. So all of those surrounding developments that you showed us where 2,500 homes are going here and 750 here, those are the ones you're looking to service, potentially?
Potentially, but, I mean, there's already sewer in the area. We'd like to work with the county towards connecting this system that's in the ground to this plant.
In your storage, we all toured the facility for Polaris down off of Sidbury, and they bring the material in, I guess some of it's piped in, some of it's trucked in, but most of it's piped in. And it goes into kind of a big, I'll call it, open top clarifier or holding tank. Is that what you guys are envisioning, or are you envisioning a holding pond?
No, a tank.
A tank?
500,000 gallon a day is not that big of a system.
Okay,
The Blake farm is
okay.
Can you elaborate more on the phases that you referenced? Either or.
Well, our idea was to originally just use the effluent for a sod farm, which is defined specifically in the bona fide farm usage, and it allows sewage and et cetera to be used, which is ambiguity, but Brent Jackson made it a little bit less restrictive recently with new legislation when you had the lawsuits in Duplin, Pender, and Onslow County. That's our only interest, was always our only interest. So it meets it. So when I said, regardless of what your decision is, if you guys don't want it, if Pender County doesn't want to be involved, we'll still do our sod farm, we'll still do our tree farm, and we will generate that water, that nutrient base from somewhere, from something. I don't want a hog farm, but I've had an offer for a guy out of state from the Midwest who would like to put one there and do a flash freeze facility because our proximity to the port, because he thinks he can reduce the cost. We did not sell it. It was a lucrative offer. We didn't sell it.
We're
That's
kinda
why
off
we came about.
Yeah,
this.
we're kind of getting off
No,
topic.
but I'm getting there.
Mr. Burgess.
But I'm getting there. So the phase two came when I found that the water in the area had issues. So now in Florida, the U.S. Navy, Carnival Cruise Lines, they all take the same water that comes from these same plants and they put in reverse osmosis systems because that water is cleaner than the groundwater that we sent for sampling. So you could take that and recycle the water, so the phase two would be to put a reverse osmosis plant there. I personally don't want to run any of it. Pender County asked to participate in their utility as an exploratory use. This was the first step. And I think that what a lot of people here miss, and I appreciate their passions. I'm a son of the soil as they are, and I know why they're upset, and I hear what they're saying. But I don't know if they realize that the Falls Lake plant will be run by a private developer, that the 5,000 houses 6 miles away will be run by a private developer. Our fault. And the standards for a private developer to run one and for Pender County DEQ to run one are vastly different, which, again, I didn't know as much until last. But if Pender County took it and involved, and, you know, I've heard all the pontifications, we basically would want Pender County to do it, and we would give them a solution to getting rid of the effluent in a better way than dumping it into the rivers. And all the folks, I agree with them, they've lived there and they've thrived, and I'm glad. But I promise you, from what I hear, most of these people here didn't choose for the 6,000 houses that will be there within 2 years to be there. And if they don't think that's going to change their water chemistry, they just need to wait. And that was why Jimmy said we were preemptively talking about how do we handle the new development. Not what they have now, not the existing, but how do you handle the new development? I don't want to be a wastewater operator. I want to be the guy that takes advantage of the bona fide farm use. And I will. I'm gonna have a sod farm, and I'm gonna have a yellow poplar farm. There's no doubt. The idea of phasing it was, as the concerns came up, well, you have sewer, but we also don't have water. But this was a chance for Pender County in a phase two to build them a water plant that will provide them the water they need. And again, I have empathy for them. $5,000 connection fees. That's untenable.
Thank you. Mr. Fentress, you referenced the size, the water. One of the main issues was water runoff, flooding, so forth. You referenced 5,000, 500,000 gallons, or how many thousands of gallons over so much acreage. Can you explain that in a little bit more detail, how that would work?
5,000 gallons is about 68,000 cubic feet. So 100 acres is about 4.4 million square feet. So if you take that cubic feet and divide it by the overall acreage, you'll end up with 3/16 of an inch. So
Yeah.
in 100 acres, 500,000 gallons would equate to 3/16 of an inch of water thickness or day.
Times 365.
Okay.
So now you got plus added to the rain that we get every year, and it just gets worse and worse, guys. 3/16 of an inch can flood right into the rest of the
Mr. Fentress.
Mr. Fentress, please don't answer that. Direct your answer
Yeah,
to
the
the
question-
board.
So the intent of this disposal method, because of the poor soil, is a vegetative uptake of the cover crop. So the sod and the poplar are there to assimilate the water, to use the water. And with 3/16 of an inch on 100 acres, you've got 800 acres. So that's tremendously less, and we would probably be looking for water to irrigate more cover crop than 100 acres.
So you're gonna be rotating that water discharge
Absolutely.
over the farm over a period of time.
As needed.
What's the the primary nutrient or chemical to treat the sod to help the sod grow?
You're asking us?
Yeah, is it just nitrogen? Is it, you know,
Well, all of the pollutants are essentially removed from the wastewater treatment plant.
but I'm saying, what else do you add to it to have the sod grow nice and green?
Good soil.
Just good soil?
Yeah, well, primarily what we're looking at, we, again, are trying to find and see the economic viability of using an AI-generated laser that we could run across the sod that just specifically identifies and zaps the weeds, so we could be close to zero chemicals on it all, and trying to create a super compost to do it all, again, to try to not have any develop. Again, it's a inconvenient truth, and again, it doesn't affect this side of the county. But one of the largest polluters in this county, in New Hanover, and in the state, are golf courses, because of
Yeah.
the chemicals they apply, and then they run into the rivers, and they generate algae as such. So what we're trying to do is I wouldn't want to call it organic, but a naturalist, non-chemical approach to the sod to keep the runoff, because again, we passionately feel.
Because I know you definitely have to, you know, over fertilize the sod in order for it to take the liquid, to take the water.
You do.
Yeah.
You do.
Which is primarily what chemical?
Well, you'd have to do the soil testing to see. On
Okay.
this one, we'd have to apply a lot of lime before we get started, because the soil is so acidic.
Yep.
But as to that, then we would do, and again, not deep in the weeds on that, but they have a gridded a GPS system where they're testing soil grids, and as you run the fertilizer across, it would apply specifically what it needs, what would be consumed by it, in a truck that, looks like a rocket ship. And just
Yeah.
stuff we're looking at to do. And like I said, understanding that this is a phased system, and contrary to what you might hear, we're open to suggestions for all that would benefit that community, but then also all the other communities. But we're gonna have a sod farm in a Poplar.
I mean, the sludge, the hard chunks of sludge is a little bit of an issue for me. I mean, if you're hauling it off, it's a very specific thing to get rid of that and treat
me
it.
too. I agree with you.
Yeah.
And I don't have an answer for them.
Because if
on
it's
that.
such low-lying land and it's already sort of wet in certain areas, even if you spread that out, I mean, you're kind of defeating your argument if you're doing that.
Yeah, again, I'm not necessarily comfortable with that either.
Yeah.
Now, one system that's happened is they're packaging it up in a press, and again, from our port, it already exists, not from me, but they do it with animal waste, is they ship it overseas and they use it for burnt buller fuel.
Yeah.
So, again, one of the things we would look at as to how we would handle that.
I had a long conversation with Plurus about that, and they ship theirs off somewhere else, but.
At 500,000 gallons a day, how many homes would that serve, roughly?
500,000 gallons a day would serve about 1,300. Probably more. They reduced the daily flow allowance for single-family homes, so it's probably more than that. But by old standards, 360 gallons a day per home, it would be about 1,300 homes. I believe, I'm doing my math right.
So that would be just under a fifth of the capacity of what we actually need in Rocky Point currently.
Each of those facilities have already permitted their means of wastewater treatment. So this could also serve properties that are abutting the existing lines that are already along 117, 133 Carver Road.
It's not hard to imagine that there's going to be some more commercial growth with, 4,000 or 5,000 more homes coming to the area as well.
It's planned. It's part of the fall, the other one. Lane's Ferry. Evan Mini Mayfair.
Mr. Bedwood, when you referenced the sludge treatment that you recommended, what would be that, if that was a condition, what would that look like to you?
I would just say no sludge treatment on site. You'd have to do exactly what Plurus is doing.
Or sludge
Ship it.
have to be shipped out, or?
Because we talked briefly about it, but it was quite a process how they get rid of that. And it was, they send it to some area that is tens of thousands of acres, and it's just like I said, it kind of defeats the argument of putting that stuff right back out on the land.
And I don't
Yeah.
disagree, but the issue with the community was the trucking.
Yeah.
So I don't have that answer. The answer would be, if you could remove it that way, could it be done at night? Would it be noisy? Where would it come out?
If you're treating, and maybe Mr. Fentress knows this, if you're treating 500,000 gallons, how much sludge is shipped off per day or per week?
2 trucks a week.
How many?
2 trucks a week.
2 trucks a week? Okay.
That lines up
It's
with
not too
about what
bad.
we saw at the first plant.
Yep.
Are there any more questions for the applicant?
The one question about the wetlands, I have signed wetland maps for the entirety of the Davis Farm that I got in my previous engagement with the prior landowner.
I think unfortunately the GIS map shows a shade of wetland through the middle of the property, but I understand you have to go to the core and,
The court supersedes all.
right.
So they did a formal delineation on it?
They did.
Okay.
Southern Environmental Group did, and since then, Land Resources, or Davy Resource Group has been involved with the landowner to the south of Vents with a wetland mitigation bank, and we've been involved with that process as well, which is, putting the land in conservation in perpetuity and affecting the land so that it behaves as wetlands. However, damming up ditches and
The sludge containment facility or storage at Plurus, did you investigate that at all? Did they
It
have
was like
off-site?
Yeah, it was like a big tank. that
The
they held
vault,
it in. And then they would open up one side of it, and they could just basically take it out and ship it out of there.
Okay.
But collection is also a manner of odor. It's not just the byproduct. The initial collection tanks also will give off odor.
Is it the earthy smell out there, or is it more of the rotten egg?
I didn't think it was that bad when I was out there.
When I was out there, it was earthy.
Yeah.
And you couldn't really smell it till you got.
I wouldn't say it was anything like overwhelming.
Yeah. So what are you proposing when it comes to the sludge containment? Or is that something you haven't gotten to with your proposal?
not in detail, but the proposal would be for it to be fully contained in some type of vessel, whether it be a tank or a concrete vat, whatever.
What do you
is
propose?
necessary to
A concrete vat or?
concrete tank.
Did Plurus records say anything about overflow or having too much of the discharge, the sludge, to get rid of it?
No. No. I mean, if there was an unusually high volume, it would be, 3 trucks instead of 2, for a week, but, that's about, I recall what he said, it was like a couple of trucks a week. In fact, one was actually there shipping some stuff out, and like I said, I didn't notice any unusually strong odor.
Are there any more questions for the applicant?
Back to the easements that you referenced for the spray fields, that's not a condition. So, we're thinking about, we're not the final say in this, what the county wants to do, that's not our job. Our job is to make sure all the fine details are looked through clearly. If there's easements that are gonna be run with this approval, they should somewhere be listed on, or an approval or a condition.
Well, I understand that this plant would also be permitted through the State Division of Environmental Quality, and they are very strict on requiring the disposal be linked to the treatment, because one is, they're conjunctive uses. So, the easements would be a requirement of the sewer permit through the state.
And that would be up to you as to where you would place those easements.
Yeah, and it would be based on the flow at the time, because we probably wouldn't permit 500,000 gallons a day out of the gate. We would probably do something less than that, 100,000 gallons a day. And so then we would need to provide easement on the farm use that would assimilate the 100,000 gallons a day. And that would become a part of the permit. It would have to go to record. It would have to be on record with the county registry.
I mean, is the thought to leave some land like on the perimeter so you could develop it into houses?
No.
No?
No. But we don't want to plant the whole place at one time. It would be cost prohibitive. I mean, is my belief.
Well, you just have to phase it as needed.
That's right, yeah.
Are there any more questions for the applicant? Thank you. Do we have any questions for staff?
Daniel, I know this isn't the perfect environment for this, but we've heard repeated residents say they paid for things that they have not been able to, use. Can we ask the county commissioners, or has anyone asked the county commissioners, is any of this real? What's going on with this?
Trey may know more than me. I'm not familiar with that. I know there have been folks that have spoken at public comment who have said that they paid for water previously and never got it, or something to that effect in front of the commissioners. I'm just not real familiar with that.
Well, and some of this came in during the middle. The county financed its initial water system, and I'll try to keep this brief. I know what time it is. Rocky Point Topsail. Rocky Top, as it is referred to. And the way to do that, we got USDA funding for it. And to do that, we had to show a couple of things. One, we did a survey and showed that people had failing wells. And there was data collected on that at the time. And two, we got sign-ups at some might say substantially below market amount, i.e. $200, and even with inflation. Pardon?
That's correct. It was $100 and $55.
$150, okay. I overstated.
99, 2000. We were phase one and we're phase zero.
Ma'am, I'm trying to answer this, thank you. And so the county then used that, and at that time, all our water came from Wallace. The J.P. Stevens plants up there closed, and Wallace inherited these wells that, literally they have to rotate because they've got so much water and they want to keep them flushing. So it was great for them. It was great for us because it was very cheap water. We pumped it down 117 to Rocky Point, but the key to being able to expand water to somewhere, because the water system is not part of the overall county. It is an enterprise fund. It has to pay for itself. And in fact, we can't make a profit off of it under state law. That we're not supposed to use enterprise funds. Towns used to do it, towns that provided electricity. They kept their tax rates low by overcharging people for electricity. and I represented electricity, so I know that was the plan. But we can't do that with an enterprise fund. The same way with solid waste. That amount is tied to what the actual costs are, and we project it and come up with that. And for instance, now for impact fees that we charge for water, which they're now called system development fees, every 5 years we have to get an engineer to come in and give us a calculation and certify it. And we've got a base, we are required to base what we charge a system development fee on what the engineer certified. So that's how tight it is. It's supposed to be a break-even operation. So if I've paid, but I live down a road and there's me and my neighbor and somebody across the street just moved in, that's not enough density to justify running a pipe down that road. The other thing with running pipelines, getting more detail, is you end up then having to worry about the dead ends. And then you've got to go and just pour the water out on the ground, because otherwise it gets stagnant in the line. So, I mean, there are reasons, one of which is financial. If there aren't enough people on a stretch of road, and I don't know what the number is, but the utilities department has we got to have X number of customers on this stretch to justify doing it. And so the water was run from Wallace to Rocky Point, and from Rocky Point to Hampstead. And and then we built the water treatment plant on 421. We are in the process of trying to build a plant on the east side, so we're not having to ship the water from either 421 or Wallace. As y'all know, that's a pretty good way to go. So we're putting it into the plant instead of the piping. So that's why, yes, people did sign up, and they don't have it. And the commissioners have talked about it. People have been waiting. What are we going to do about it? And that's a commissioner decision. That's not a me decision. It's not a you decision, with all due respect. It's not a Daniel decision. I mean, that's the commissioners decide and direct, subject to an enterprise fund in general. I mean, if there was somebody that lived 10 miles down a lonesome dirt road, I don't know that we could justify doing it. But I don't think it's that bad, but it's a decision. And then, you can justify it by saying if there's water, you'll get more growth, and so it'll justify it, kind of thing. So the commissioners have heard that. They've discussed it amongst themselves, but they have not yet taken any action other than they want to hear from the utilities department on it. Sorry, but I kind of a background on that, and
I appreciate
it.
It
Come up many times. Yeah.
Well, at
but
the very
reason
least,
people haven't gotten water in any of the other stuff. It's because the density has not been deemed sufficient to put it down there for the cost and that kind of thing.
At the very least, people are owed an explanation and their money back with interest.
And I think the standard is we give them their money back.
No.
Okay, well,
the county made a promise. They run water over halfway of Ashton and stopped for whatever reason. All they gotta do is bring it from there to 117, and it was for $150, $200 to hook up. That was 20 years ago. I expect the county to live up their promise. And I don't want $200 back. I want water.
This isn't the forum for that, right? And I'm just saying this, and this isn't the forum.
I apologize for this. I apologize for this distraction. It just is.
Brought up repeatedly in discussion.
Kind of getting off on
some of what's been discussed, some of the contention stemming from
the
county's
I totally understand that.
Okay.
But
we're not solving it here, but
no.
There would be less contention if the county had done what it promised.
No authority on that. No authority
Understood.
here. Do we have any questions for staff? Do we have any discussion amongst ourselves?
Just in the practical day-to-day things, when an individual needs to buy a house to get a mortgage, if they're going to use an FHA loan or a USDA loan or a VA loan, which are government-insured loans, one of the requirements is to measure the distance between the septic field and the well. And if it's less than 100 feet, you don't get that loan. And if water or sewer are accessible at the road front, you must tap in to that system unless there's a hardship. And I think the government does that for a reason, because it's to protect the consumer. to get that loan and to insure that loan. So I think that, you know, this is difficult because sewer is one of the greatest inventions of mankind, you know, and to provide sewer, I think it was one of the responses to the cholera epidemic in the 19th century was sewer. It really is a benefit for public health. There's, speaking with other, you know, professionals in the utilities, you know, their number one desired wastewater treatment is a public utility, something that's answerable to the community. The worst treatment of human waste is a septic system because it gets in the groundwater. Next best would be an HOA, which we have several of those around here, but those can potentially fail because HOAs do not manage them. And then the second best is something what is being proposed, is something that's managed and run, but it's more district run, it's more specific focus on this one aspect, and not something that's tied to an HOA or lack of dues. So those are just some thoughts I had going into this discussion.
I agree with all that, and I think it's evidenced here in the general statute. There's a reason that they put in the very first paragraph from the Department of Health and Human Services talking about the detriment of on-site septic systems and how bad they're affecting people's health, and that's from the state of North Carolina.
Any more discussion? I'm entertaining a motion to approve, to deny, or to table it.
I'll make a motion to approve the conditional zoning map amendment and to make a finding that while the proposal is inconsistent with the rural agricultural future land use category, it furthers the goals of Pender 2.0 comprehensive land use plan because number one is a major investment of infrastructure which the public desperately needs in Pender County. It supports the agricultural economy, which is the number one sales base of tax base of our county, and it should hopefully create the clean drinking water and help eliminate septic tanks in the future. I'm open-minded. The 7 conditions would be added to that motion in addition to any waste sludge must be removed and disposed of off-site. While on-site, any waste sludge must be fully contained through a concrete storage facility. Easements for the spray fields will be provided to the county after discussion with DEQ. I'm open to any additional conditions.
All right, thank you.
Just to clarify, off-site, that's off of the easement, that's nowhere on that 800 acres.
Yeah, I'm open to how to, yes, off-site in a professional permitted way.
Removed.
Removed. And disposed
Removed
of in a
from site.
Professional permitted disposal of sludge.
And I'm sorry, did that include about the requirement for the effluent for inclement weather?
Open-minded to it, but no, it did not.
It's number.
Oh, I said those 7 plus.
That-
Yeah.
And if I might, it just is a thought on that, in addition to the effluent, because it might be technically different, the sludge itself, because as we know, sometimes you can't get somewhere and you're not gonna be able to get a truck to come haul it out. So if they have requirements, just some storage so that
That
it's
is
not.
the point of the fully contained storage of the sludge.
Yeah, but I'm just
Right.
saying that it has the, forgive me, but freeboard for, for 2 days, you can't get in there because, we've got a flood going on.
So let me explore that a little bit in my motion. What you're saying is, what I'm proposing may not be adequate enough because of
No,
potential runoff?
Well, it just says will satisfy the state requirements related to inclement weather storage of effluent, and I'd say, and sludge.
And sludge.
And just that.
Please make that modification.
And I would go further on that, that it will be stored, as you said, in a tank. And I know the top of that tank from visiting the Plurus plant was at least 10 feet up, and that it's not going to be put in a big sludge pond.
Right.
Because
And I
a
don't
lot
know
of
how-
times they line those ponds and they throw that in there, and then you have a flood event, and the stuff goes everywhere. So it needs to be in a tank.
One of my conditions was a fully contained concrete storage tank for sludge containment.
Yep.
Concrete, or the one they had at Plurus was
Okay.
was metal,
Metal.
or aluminum or
I don't think
steel.
Sludge, I think that was that's where it came in.
Yeah. You want to amend that to concrete or metal, or just,
I would say concrete or metal.
okay, amend it, accepted?
May I just go through those additions real quick to make sure I have them here? Any sludge must be taken off-site.
And
Fully-
professionally treated through a permitted process, or whatever process is required.
Through a permitted or regulated process.
Treatment process.
Fully contained concrete or metal tank for sludge
Storage.
on site and not in a pond. Easements to the spray fields shall be provided to the county.
That's right.
And then condition 6 should be amended to say and sludge, storage
Yes.
of effluent and sludge.
Yes.
Right, we have a motion. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Aye. What do we have?
42.
42. Four to two.
Where do you live? Where do you live? Would you want it in your backyard?
Still has to go to the,
The,
Good job, guys. When you serve the community that you're supposed to.
This comes before the commissioners on,
November 18th.
this comes before the county commissioners on November 18th. So please come out and make your statements known to them.
Come out there and live with us. Any of you, are you guys gonna put a house out there? See my voice? I'm a taxpaying citizen of this county, unlike this guy.
Can we get the sheriff?
He's right there.
Mr. Deputy, he's interrupting our meeting, and we're not finished here. Could you ask him to leave?
We've got one more case on the agenda. I believe it will be a quick one. I'd like to introduce Mr. Lee Duncan. Lee Duncan is the resilience planner for the county.
Thanks for sticking with us, Mr. Duncan.
Feel bummed everybody's
Could have
leaving.
moved him up front.
We usually do that.
On the agenda.
We usually do that.
Well, that's why I asked.
I know. It's like,
Well, you know,
thanks there.
on our packet we got, I thought there was 3 items. But the state.
It was 2 cases in a text amendment.
Okay, this is the text. Okay, gotcha.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lee Duncan. I'm the resilience planner for Pender County. I'm here tonight to present a text amendment to our flood damage prevention ordinance.
I just don't know the answer.
The planning department, the applicant, is requesting approval of a text amendment to the flood damage prevention ordinance that will correct clerical errors, add newly added mapped flood zones, update definitions and effective dates, and adopt the preliminary flood insurance rate maps. Once adopted, the preliminary flood maps will become the effective flood maps used for regulatory purposes. The current FEMA flood zone maps have been affected since 2007. The new maps, currently labeled as preliminary, were issued between 2014 and 2018 and represent the most up-to-date flood data available. These maps will allow planning staff to utilize the most current floodplain mapping tools to help minimize impacts from flooding and will ensure our policies and regulatory requirements are being achieved. Pender County must adopt the preliminary flood maps by January 17th, 2025 in order to remain in the National Flood Insurance Program. So the summary of changes, coastal A and AH flood zones have been added. The coastal A zones are the portion of the AE zone along the coastal areas where there are impacts from wave action, usually or less than 3 feet in height. AO or AH zones are areas of ponding 1 to 3 feet that don't necessarily have a specific flooding source like a river. Once the coastal A zones have been mapped, they are required to be regulated the same as the VE zones. So coastal A zones have been added to section 5.6, the coastal high hazard areas, and AH zones have been added to a new section 5.7. The process for determining substantial improvement, substantial damage has been added to a new section 4.2C.4. We currently have this, we've just given a little more detail in this new section. And then ultimately, 1,371 additional parcels will be added. Will have flood zone on a portion of their parcel. That represents 2.5% of the total parcels in the county. And I should note, just because there's 1,300 additional parcels that'll be in a flood zone, it doesn't necessarily mean they'll have any regulatory requirements or restrictions. My parcel is one of those. The flood zone comes within the setback for the property boundaries, so can't do anything there anyway. So here on the left, we have the current maps, and then on the right, we have the new maps. I'll just point out a few things. The AH and AO zones here, they're just a lot less detailed. In the new maps, we have a lot more detail for property owners. And then, as you can see, the flood zones have more or less just widened out due to the increase in base flood elevation. And then north and south of Highway 53, the floodway has actually decreased there, but then they've added some south of 210 down here.
So the new flood map is on the...
Right.
Okay.
This is.
About where is that first red line close to the blue? Is that, would you say that's, where's Hampstead located?
Oh, Hampstead's right here.
Down there, okay.
Yeah. So comprehensive plan consistency, there are 4 policies that is consistent with discouragement of hazardous development. Flood-prone areas, the county shall permit development in the 100-year flood zone, provided that all new construction and substantial improvement comply with the flood damage prevention ordinance, which has been adopted in conjunction with the county's participation in the National Flood Insurance Program. Flood insurance. The county shall take actions necessary to reduce the cost of flood insurance to property owners by maintaining and improving the community rating system. Currently, we are in the community rating system, and so people within the National Flood Insurance Program get a 15% discount on their premiums based on us adopting these maps and enforcing our current regulations.
So that's the carrot. That's the reason we should be voting for this.
Correct. And the biggest carrot is that if we do not adopt these new maps, as of January 17th, 2025, we will be suspended from the National Flood Insurance Program, which means people will not be able to get flood insurance or federally backed flood insurance, nor would they be able to get federally backed mortgages for development within the regulated flood zones.
And if we think the maps are flawed,
You thought people were unhappy about the wastewater treatment plant.
And that's the stick that comes along with the
yeah, I
carrot
mean, I think
there.
the map.
Yeah.
I think the maps are flawed. I think they're not great measurements. In fact, there's many AEs that become VEs that's never flooded before,
Yes,
and
right.
vice versa. So it's like, to me, it's a bunch of garbage. But you're saying that if we don't do this, then we get penalized, and so as a duty to the community, we are basically being forced by the federal government to vote on something we don't think is accurate.
Well, I think they're a fairly accurate tool to use for regulatory processes. It's what we have available. I'm not sure if you recommend other sources.
It's the best we got.
It's the best we got.
Appeal the maps, I mean, saying.
That
The
time
maps
came
have
and
been
went.
around for 10 years, so that has all gone by the wayside.
Things that were
FEMA has
BE
had a
magically became
comment
AE.
Period, but that has passed.
I'm just saying, you know, if these maps come out and I can't really see that, you know, the map's not that great to me sitting there looking at it right now. But if the map comes out, is there any way that you can appeal and say, hey, wait a minute, this is wrong?
That's, well, an
That happened.
individual can go through a.
It's gone. That process is over with,
Yeah, that's what I'm
like
saying.
2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Well, the maps have been on our GIS site for years and years. I mean, they've been around since 2014. Some have been around since 2018.
So,
You can.
the map is, that's just a tool, correct? That's not,
Yeah.
that's not saying, hey, if you're in a flood-prone area, you're required to have flood insurance, is that?
If you have a federally backed mortgage, yes, you have to have.
Or
flood
if your
insurance.
mortgage company requires.
Or if your
that
mortgage,
you're
yeah,
in
you
a
could be
flood-
outside
And
of
they
flood
all
zone
do.
and your mortgage company require that.
Right, okay.
Now, that being said, at this late hour, I did hear that FEMA has backed out of large portions of Florida and said, nope, not doing it anymore. Not FEMA, I'm sorry. The federal, federal flood insurance.
program. Potentially, I'm not sure,
Yeah.
I can't speak to that. But I think what we've seen recently in Western Washington, we need something for people to make, you know, educated decisions. And currently, this is our best tool as the county.
And just, I mean, to Mr. Buchanan's point, yeah, there are faults, but the downside to the county and our economy, I'm not telling, again, I always will say, I'm never telling you how to vote, but I'm saying, please consider that it, yeah.
I mean, we don't have a choice.
And that's kind of the way the system is set up. They're making us an offer we can't refuse. And some of those maps in 2014 were outdated, because they're always behind.
Yeah.
How much has the world changed
Listen, I was
in
born and
10
raised in
years?
Pender Lake. It ain't never flooded in downtown, if you wanna call it downtown. We call it downtown Pender Lake. But part of it is in a flood zone. I had to wire a building, and we had to build a platform to get up to the meter base, and everything in the building, the little short Mexican guys could not reach the outlets.
Pender County has also bought out numerous homes that were not in flood zones
Yeah.
because of flooding. So I mean, it's our best tool.
Yep.
So what you're saying is houses flooded that are not in a flood zone, but some didn't flood that were in the flood zone,
Right.
possibly?
That's correct.
Potentially, yeah.
Okay,
I guarantee
but,
you they
but,
was.
but what Mr. Sermon's saying, basically, is if we don't approve this text amendment, then those people that have flood insurance in Pender County, will not have flood insurance.
And there will be people who will be unable to sell their homes because their only market would be cash buyers.
If any of us on this board are affected by this map change, do we have to vote on this?
Vote on-
Well,
You can abstain from voting any
I
time,
mean, in general, the answer to that is no, because it's a county-wide map imposition. If it was just we were focusing on one narrow area, then the answer would be yes. But because it's county-wide, the example I typically would use in that is all the commissioners own property and they set the tax rate every year. But it's not a conflict for them to do so, even though it directly financially affects them if they when they raise the taxes to pay for the school bond. That took a chunk out of every one of their wallets to do that. But that's not a conflict because it applies to everybody in the county, not just, now, if.
What if I want to vote no?
Well, you can. I said that at the outset. I'm not telling it, and I would never presume to tell you how to vote. But I do need to explain the consequences. And that it may be that you wait and see how many hands go up and then vote your conscience.
And the county could pay for their own flood study.
Yeah.
I mean, you know,
Federal flood is available when a private insurance company doesn't want to give you flood on it, correct?
it
Is that-
is, but you could also have the choice. You could-
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people go through the.
So what percentage of our county is mandatory federal flood where no other private insurer is going to insure them?
I couldn't tell you that.
There's only a handful of Cobra zones. That's on Onzo County on the island. That's the
Well, I
top
don't
is
know,
Cobra.
I mean, is it more than Cobra Zone? I mean,
Not a- There's only one section on the island that is not insurable, and that's the North Topsail,
okay,
that I'm aware of.
through private insurance.
Well, in the Cobra zones, you can't get federal flood insurance, but your only option would be to do private
Right,
flood
and it's
insurance, which could be
Right.
a lot more expensive if the federal's
Crazy
not available.
Yes,
Right.
3 times as much.
Yeah,
Well, and
and
there's
you
just-
go to Lloyd's and, yeah, I mean, at least at one point, I was involved in some litigation over some stuff there, and that was, some of them had different names, but it all went back to Lloyd's having a big piece of it, because those are the guys that take the risk, and they get paid for it,
Yeah.
but.
I mean, I could see the federal government wanting to expand the zones because it brings more people in to pay the premiums, to pay out the claims, right? So I could see them wanting to expand it. I could see them, looking at your map, it expanded pretty greatly for what's now in a flood zone. So I get it, from a numbers perspective, there's more and more claims coming, there's more significant storm events, and they have more to
Right,
pay out.
storms aren't
So they need
getting
more to
less
pay
and they're
in.
not getting less intense, they're getting more. So the expansion is due to the base flood elevation increasing. So what they're saying is, what used to be a 100-year event is now a 50-year event. What used to be the 500-year event is now the 100-year event, so.
Yeah.
So staff recommendation is approval. Proposal is consistent with the spirit and intent of the UDO. Proposal is supported by 4 policies in the Pender Comprehensive Land Use Plan, and it provides the county with the tools to enforce its regulations and to better protect life and property. And that's it.
Thank you. Are there any more questions?
Just seeing if you're entertaining a motion.
I sure am entertaining a motion. Yes.
Make a motion to approve. Of course, I can't read that from here.
Just for the
Motion.
reason put forth in the statement.
Motion to approve based on the reasons set forth in the statement.
All right.
For the benefit of the entire county, I will second it.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Text amendment
Next
has
meeting
been
date.
approved. All right, next meeting date.
Just to clarify, the next meeting is on a Wednesday. The first Tuesday of the month is voting day, of course, so the next meeting is Wednesday, November 6th. Trying to remember the cases that we have. There will definitely be one in Hampstead on the agenda. Wednesday, the day after the election, November 6th.
I'm sorry, where was it gonna be?
Hampstead. Well, the
Hampstead.
meeting's up for discussion, but there will at least be one case on the agenda.
Motion to have the meeting in November in Hampstead?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Excellent choice. Okay, is there anything,
Who made that second? Mr. Pitts.
The universal other.
all right, anything else, Mr. Adams?
I believe Mr. Gruntfest had something he
Today,
wanted to add.
this is my last meeting. I copied you on this. You shouldn't be surprised at all.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I sent the letter of resignation to Daniel, and it's nothing pressing or anything personal. It's just that, for one, I've appreciated all this time that I've had and the opportunity to serve the community, but I think there are some better, more capable people out there. And I think a few of them are in our community ready to serve. So I'm hopeful that the county commissioners will recognize that and allow them to step up and be able to serve. But I do want to say on the record that for all of the nonsense and BS that we hear, that I know for a fact that every one of you guys and Ms. Mosca are, dedicated to do what's, you think is best for the community on every single vote. So
I second that.
I appreciate you guys. But
Thank you for serving with us. I've
Well, thank
enjoyed it.
you.
Cheers.
I'm sorry I haven't been checking my email like I should.
it was like 2 weeks ago. That's all right.
Was it 2 weeks ago? Oh, well then.
No, it might have been a week.
Well, I mean, you can look and see. What did I do this week? Daniel asked, and the first thing I said is, yeah, I'll be there. Don't forget the meeting. Of course, I read the next row right before that. He says, oh, don't forget we got a meeting, or 6 o'clock. I'm like, duh. Okay, let me read. But anyway, we certainly appreciate your time, and I doubt that we will find anybody more capable than you, but we do understand having to move on and do things. I know it does demands a lot of time. This is not my latest meeting, but it's next to it, though. I can tell you
Well,
that.
you can see where if you had two like that one, that's why the board at one point adopted 11 p.m. cutoff. Because it just, you try to keep going and you don't remember what anybody said. But I would like to say Mr. Guntsfest was a trailblazer and getting sued by an unhappy applicant. So he had the courage of his convictions to stand up to that.
Taught us about PD zoning approvals. Got a lesson.
Yeah. Lord.
Made a lot of friends at it.
Well, I think we've all made friends tonight.
And we made some enemies tonight.
I think so.
Get those deputies.
I hate to cut this party short, but I am entertaining a motion to adjourn.
Mr. Gruntfest.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
I second. I'm sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
I'm supposed to say stuff.